Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dakhla, Morocco for the double-headed event for the Qatar Airways GK Kitesurf World Cup and the
Check, check, check. ¿Me oyes, Javi? ¿Me escuchas bien? Vale, me quito de aquí, ¿vale? Pruebo el TV2.
faire gagner le sport.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dakhla, Morocco for the double-headed event for the Qatar Airways GK Kitesurf World Cup and the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in this beautiful location. We are right in front of the Westpoint Hotel where this right-hander, one of the longest in the Atlantic, is already starting to fire. Wind is averaging in between 15 to 25 knots, and we've got about 1.4 meter waves at 14 seconds. Conditions are looking good. We can feel the electricity on the beach. We have nationalities from all over the globe. They're here, they're ready to battle, they have the fire, and we are going to be starting off with wingfoil. And welcome everybody to the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Dakhla in front of the Westpoint Hotel. We have beautiful conditions here today. Already we're seeing about 15 to 20 knots, and the forecast is saying it is going to pick up. You can see those nice little right-hand waves starting to peel in, and here we are in the beautiful studio that we got down here. I'm Josie Ashton, and I'll be commentating on the live stream here throughout the event. It's a pleasure to be with you. As we always say, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending where you're tuning in from. This is where we are going to be crowning world champions on the pure wave discipline of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. It is so cool to be down here, and this is the Dakhla World Cup powered by Armstrong foils. Already we are starting to see the riders. They have that electricity. They are hungry and they want to get out there and go. So before we do, we are going to go down to the beach with our race director Juan Antonio Aragon to find out what the plan is for today.
Hey, good morning, Joe. So I am Juan Antonio Aragon, race director of GKA and GWA, and the plan for today is try to start around 1 in the afternoon, waiting for some nice conditions this afternoon. The high tide looks better, and the plan is to go ahead with the wingfoil discipline. Okay, start with one round of the men, and we carry on immediately to the women division, which is there is a chance today to get the world champion, because the fleet is not so big, and I decided to go in this direction because because we cannot start so early today, so it's possible to get the result today for the women. And so watch out about this, because at the end of the day, the condition will be the best, and probably we will get the podium of we can crown, the women world champion today.
Well, as Juan Antonio said, we could be crowning our world champions today. On the women's side, we have Anies Wadioth and Muna White are the top two players, with some possibilities of Bowen van der Linden there, the three usual suspects. On the men's side, it is all up for grabs. There are way too many scenarios. Obviously, we have Wesley Brito, we have Hugo Marin, quite a few of the athletes at the top, but there are so many scenarios. I reckon when we get through around to about round number 3 of the competition, we will know more. There you can see the wave here on the right-hander. This is one of the longest right-handers of the Atlantic Ocean, and we are getting into action. But just to explain what is this place like, what the conditions are like, and how kind of the wave works, we caught up this morning with one of the Brazilian athletes, Miso Fernandes.
Hi everyone, Miso here, directly from Westpoint in Dakhla. We're about to start the first day of the GWA World Tour for the waves discipline. And here we are at a really special wave location. This is a right-hander, a point break with some side offshore wind. The conditions are really good. It should improve as the tide goes low. So before it gets too low, we're gonna have some pretty good conditions, even though the swell is small. We expect for some long rides. The wave is pretty good in the beginning, and then it flats out about where the rocks finish, and then it runs down again towards the point. So yeah, exciting times to be able to ride wingfoil competition with pure wave riding. Stoked to be here.
All right, so we are getting ready to rumble, everybody, as we're going to be starting off with round number 1 of the competition here for the men. We have Xavi Cour from Spain, Hendrik Lopez from Cape Verde representing Switzerland, and Noé Cuyala from France. 3 very powerful athletes as they're already getting ready to go into the water. So let's get out to the action as competition has started. All right, so there we can see in the red that is going to be Xavi Cour, a nice little 360 here. There you can see on the left-hand corner of your screen, in the red lycra is going to be Xavi Cour. In the blue is going to be Hendrik Lopez, and in the pink lycra is going to be Noé Cuyala. What are we looking for? We're looking for 100% surfing, as this is a pure wave event. Nice little air here from Noah on the right-hander. Opening it up. A little bit of style there going down the line. This wave has 3 sections, as we saw Miso saying there. All the way up the top, and then there's it kind of flattens out a bit, jacks up again, and then as you come down right in front of the competition area, which is where we're seeing Noah here, sometimes you can link all 3 together. So obviously, what are the judges looking for? They are looking for hitting the wave in the pocket, linking moves, 100% pure surfing, and of course style with ease out there. First heat of the competition. There we can see the Cabrina rider. That is Hendrik Lopez out in the blue lycra as he's making his way out, as all of the athletes are going up to the top of the point to see if another set comes their way. So just waiting for some scores to come in from our athletes at the moment, as they've had a wave each. So those scores will be appearing on your screen, as you can see up there. Xavi Cour, Hendrik Lopez, Noé Cuyala, and there they are. The 3 musketeers making their way back up to the point in front of the beautiful Westpoint Hotel. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here, Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. And we are already in action with heat number 1, round number 1 of the men. The plan for today is to go through round number 1 of the men, and then we will be moving over to the women's discipline. It looks like if conditions stay as they are, we are going to be crowning our women world champion of the Wingfoiling World Tour. And we will have to see top players are Nia Suarez from Spain, Muna White from Hawaii, and also with a slight lesser possibility, we have Bowen van der Linden from the Netherlands. Those are the 3 top players. Anything can happen, because we know any heat can be a final here at the GWA. And now it's time to just enjoy some wingfoil wave riding here, Morocco, with another stop at the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. All right, here we can see Hendrik Lopez going backside here on this little inside roller. Where he's out on the wave right now is a little bit far away on the shoulder of the wave, and that is the real flat section. Then sometimes these one kind of get a little bit more vertical as they come towards the shore, obviously that not being a set wave. Seen probably one set already in this heat. There we can see Noé Kuyala also there with the pink. And he is one of the top surf freestyle athletes, and also was very impressive in the wave riding we saw over there in Cape Verde. But now going back, that is very nice. Going back to the power section of the wave, kind of doing little roundhouses there, a little bit off balance. But this is what the judges want to see. They want to see the athletes using the power of the wave all the way down the line. And we are still waiting for scores to appear, as it doesn't look like the system has spelled them out yet. All right, well, there we can see Xavi Cure making his way out the back. We're just trying to resolve a situation with the scoring, and that will be up for you right away. I'm going to have a look at the old inside link that I have here. But it does look like at the moment Noé Kuyala is your leader. All right, now we see once again Hendrik Lopez out there on the wave. This is going to be the third wave for him. That's better, right into the little power section of the wave. Be able to get a nice little hack. We can see a 360 on the back there also from Kuyala, who has the upper hand here. Hendrik just getting caught up with his wing and going down, and we can see Kuyala also continuing on. And Xavi Cure out the back as well. So synchronized surfing here at the GWA. Kuyala really definitely does look like he has the upper hand in this heat so far. This is a nicer set wave. I can see out of my booth all the way from the back, really using that as much as possible. He has a total of 11.10 as it stands. So on your screen there in the pink, the F1 athlete rocking out with the V3 is going to be your number one so far. He has a 6.73 and a 4.37 as it stands. And a very nice wave there from the youngster, the young French athlete Noé Kuyala. And now all of them are going to be making their way back up to the point as we continue on here. Day number one, the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. And welcome, welcome, welcome everybody. I hope you are ready for some pure wave action, as we are going to be determining world champions here. Nia Suarez, Muno White, and Bowen van der Linden are the three players on the women's side. And then when it comes to the men, it is a little bit more complicated, as there are many, many scenarios. When we get round to probably about round number 3, we'll be able to start to find out where the spotlight is going to be going. Because at the moment, as it stands, on the men's side, we have Hugo Marin, Benoit Carpentier, and Wesley Brito are your top 3 men. These 3 are pretty much 300 points away from anybody else. So if nothing unusual happens and they stay on the top side of the competition, they have the most probabilities of being world champion. Then when you go down the rankings to about 10th, 11th place, anything can happen. Because if, for example, your top 3 or 4 overall qualifiers into this event drop out early on in the competition, it's a free-for-all. Anything can happen. But as it stands, Hugo Marin, Benoit Carpentier, and Wesley Brito are your top 3 players on the men's side. And then moving over to the women's side, which we're going to be continuing on after this round number 1. Nia Swadias, Muna White, Bowen van der Linden. Those are your 3 players. So interesting times as it could all happen today. Most probably we are going to be crowning our new GWA Wingfoil World Tour Wave Discipline World Champion of the women, as the idea is to go through round number 1 of the men and then continue on all the way to the finals of the women wave discipline. So that is the initial plan here for today. Waves are probably about maybe 2 to an occasional 3 foot on sets, wind around 18 to 20 knots, and it is a beautiful sunny day here in Dakhla. All right, here we can see Xavi getting on a little bit of a dimple. 360, nicely executed there for him. Uses trying to power himself up a little bit with the wind. The athletes, they can do the turns with both hands on the handles. But then when they're doing the airs, obviously execution really comes into account. So still trying to resolve those scores. I have them here. You can always go to the wingfoilworldtour.com/live and you can see also our live stream that you're watching now, and also all of the scoring, all of the updates on the ticker where we can get those details. I can tell you now, Noe Kuyala has a 13.00, Hendrik has a 4.97, and Xavi Core has a 7.30. So that is Noe Kuyala in the lead so far. Number 1, and now we're just going to be coming very close to the end of this heat. And there it is. There's the scores. Thank you, guys. So on the bottom there we have Noe Kuyala first, second Xavi Core with the red, and third Hendrik Lopez in the blue. And there you can see their top 2 waves. All right, so these guys are working through. Each athlete has 10 waves, 10 attempts that will count. And this is a better set wave here from Noah. All the way around. Nice little cutback. Keeping the speed, making sure he stays on that 4. That's 3 solid turns here from the Frenchman. Back to the foam ball to get that speed. This is where the wave flattens out in that midsection, and if he's lucky, this one might even link all the way down. This is a very nice wave here from Noah. He has a 6.73 and a 6.27. We're going to have to see if that is going to increase his general score. But this young man definitely in the driving seat here of this round number 1. And here we can see a little highlight, a little replay of that last one. You can see air there. All right, well, that is it. That is the end of that heat. So it is official. Noe Kuyala is the winner, number 1 on top. And as we can see the highlights here of that last heat. right, and welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. We are going to be going to heat number 2 of round number 1 here of the male wave. You have Alain Fedit from France, with Julien Boyer and Wesley Brito representing the Cape Verdeans. He was the winner over there in Cape Verde, and at the moment he is currently in 2nd position overall. So we are going to have to see. He is one of the main contenders. He is one of the main men for this. I want 3rd position, excuse me, overall. So Wesley Brito also going to be going out there on the water as we start off here for heat number 2, round number 1 of the men. All right, so there we can see Alain Fedit out there in the red. He is out there on the AFS. We can see Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba, out there in the pink with the new Duotron unit D-Lab. As we are just about to go into sequence, and then we will have Julien Boyer is going to be out there. There he is, the RRD, out on the Gold Series from RRD in the Beluga with the blue, as we are the green flag going into sequence. Let's see who's going to be the first athlete to fire that first bullet and grab the first wave of the heat number 2, round number 1 of the men. All right, so here we have Julien Boyer is going to be starting off, just working his way towards the power section of the wave. There we can see Alain Fedit in the back. Julien grabbing power from the wing as they are on that 2nd section here of the wave. Here we can see Julien going front side. So regular footer out there, and then we can see the synchronization. That wave is looking nice for Julien. She's starting to get some power in it. Alan stretching it up. Julien a little Oli in the middle of the wave, but we are looking for 100% pure surfing. So what the judges are really going to be scoring, if he can do those air using the power of the wave and not the power of the wing. Oh! Alan out the back going down. And Julien having a really long ride here all the way to the end. But I know the judges are going to be looking for a little bit more surfing, a little bit more turns, top to top, bottom to bottom, really wrapping around, getting those nice roundhouses. And here we have Wesley Brito, 3rd on the overall ranking. He is one of the main world title contenders, the Black Mamba, coming out of Cape Verde, the duotone athlete. He is probably one of the biggest athletes we have out there. And now just waiting for some of those scores to come in. So we have a 0.5 there for Wesley Brito, as it looks like he just took off, and now scores will be coming through for the other 2 ones. I reckon at the moment my money would be Julien Boyer is going to be in the lead Alan Fadit in second, and Wesley Brito in third so far. Yeah, let's not forget Wesley Brito. He was the winner in Cape Verde, but then in Brazil, in Rio, he came in 9th. So it is why he is one of the top contenders when it comes to Alan Fadit. He is a very, very complete rider, very talented, great on the freestyle, has so much style, and is one of the guys that is really pushing some of the Cork 7, some of the new freestyle maneuvers. But name of the game out there at the moment, this is 100% waves. Then we have also Julien Boyer. He came 5th in Lucat, 5th in Cape Verde, excuse me, putting on a very solid performance on the wave, so he's definitely going to be one to look out for. All right, so as we continue on here for the first day, GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, so here we have Alan Fadit on the wave. Always super laid-back style, this guy, in anything he does. I like to call him the Rob Machado of our sport, just easy-going, mellow, and as I mentioned, a very talented surf freestyler and starting to get into the waves. Wesley Brito out the back as well. Goofy foot rider, so he's going to be going backside here at the Dakhla, right in front of the Westpoint Hotel. Waves are probably about occasional hip to shoulder high. Nice little pop air over there from Alan, scraping it out there as well. This is what I love about this place. The lines just all wrap around the point all the way down, and just enjoying the dancing that we have out there from these two athletes. Wesley Brito, Cape Verde in the back. Alan Fadit coming out of Germany, hailing France in the front. All right, there we can see both of these guys making their way back out. That is Julien Boyer. So it is Alan Fadit in the front after that last wave of 4.40. So he is in a first position. Second position, Julien Boyer, who has a 3.97. And Wesley Brito still sticking on a 0.50. But he's definitely going to be increasing on one of his scores. As they're making their way out, they can see that yellow boy kind of marks where that top wave position is. Right in front of the Westpoint Hotel, and then that right-hander just wraps all the way around. And this is why it is one of the longest right-handers of the Atlantic here in Morocco. And it is so good to be back. Day 1 GWA Wingfoiling World Cup. All right, here we can see RRD athletes. Julien Boyer looking like he's trying to take off on a little hump. And see if he can turn this one into a wave, as it is a little flat out there. Set's probably about 5 to 6 minutes between sets. So we're seeing athletes being able to get 1 or 2 set rides. And let's not forget, each athlete has 10 attempts, 10 wave attempts that they can do before they are waved out, so to speak. And the top 2 wave scores are the ones that are going to count for their overall score to see if they continue on or not. Right, so for the 3 of them circling out the back there, as it does look like there's a little motion in the ocean coming their way. As we continue on this heat number 2 of round number 1. Right, so yeah, definitely a little bit of a lull here in this heat. And coming up next, we are going to be having Camille Bouillet, Gregorio Pugliese, and Kasper Zola. The young Maori rider is going to be coming out onto the water. I had a little chat with him this morning, so we will catch up with him here on the stream as well. Definitely a character, always has a smile, very talented surfer, and really interested to see how he does on this right-hand point break. There we can see Julien Boyer is currently in second position as Alain Fedit does a 4 and a 4. So let's see if he can start to rack it up and get a little bit further forward, because time is going out. Oh, Alan once again picking off out the back. It's small, but it actually, looking out the front of my booth here, you can see that little second section allows them to get something. This one is completely flattened out there at the moment. Okay, so Alan making his way back out. There is definitely not a lot of waves out there so far, as we are getting ready. Heat number 2, round number 1 of the competition. The idea is to go through round number 1 of the men. Then we're going to be switching it over to the ladies. And once again, we have world champion scenarios out on the competition floor. Niels Wadias, Muna White, and Bowen van der Linden are the top 3 players of that. And that is, we have Nier in first, Muna in second, Bo in third. On the men's side, it is the top 3 athletes that are the ones that have the most possibilities. Hugo Marin, Benoit Carpentier, and Wesley Brito. But anything can happen. It is open for any of the pretty much the top 10 athletes. We will know more as soon as we go through the competition, get to that round number 3. Here we can see Wesley Brito going down on the inside. 16-minute heats, 4-minute transitions. So plenty of time for the athletes so far. But it is very far and few between in the sets here in this heat. Alright, so the athletes really hunting and scavenging around for waves. Like I said, 16 minutes heats. We have on top Wesley Brito now with that 5.93 of that wave he had before. So Wesley in first, Julien Boyer is in third, and we have Alain Fedit in second. But anything can happen out there, because really wave selection is going to be key today. As conditions, when the sets come through, there's probably about 2 to 3 foot waves. Maybe some shoulder high waves are coming through, we've seen today. But if you can get those bigger waves, you're going to be really rewarded on the score side, because then you're going to get extra for selection. You're going to be able to perform on that wave. And if you can link those turns together and add some style, judges are going to be giving you the double shackers without a doubt. Day number 1 down here in Dakhla, Morocco. Forecast is looking great for the first 5 days of this waiting period. Let's not forget this is a double header event. So we have the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, and we also have the GKA Kitesurf World Cup. And the name of the game today is wingfoiling, as we are going to be going 100% waves. And entering on at the moment on a little dribble, that is Julian Bouillet. All right, so Alan Fadid, he is hunting. He's only a little bit more than a point behind Wesley, and this is looking like a nice wave. I can also see out my booth Wesley Brito about to jump in on another one. So Alan Fadid is racking down and making his way all the way to the bottom of the competition area. Oh, Wesley going off at the top of that one, even then the foil a little loose. The Black Mamba is definitely here to bite, and he is here to play. And this wave has opened up even further away from the competition area, going back to the foam ball, making the most of the power that he has out there. You can see him out there on the new units. D-Lab there from Duotone, and just slashing it together. Wesley Brito, at the moment, overall, he is third on the World Tour, and adding the 360 in as well. He is getting busy, and this is why he is currently your leader in this heat. All right, and that is it. So it is going to be Wesley Brito is going to be winning this heat as we continue on with the competition. Let's have a little look at the highlights of that last heat. All right, well, welcome back, everybody, as we are here once again for the first day of competition, GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla. And before we go into this heat, we are going to catch up with the man himself, Kasper Zola, as I caught up with him earlier this morning. He is just about to hit the waves.
All right, we're here at Dakhla in Morocco, and we're starting off day one with the contest. We started with registration this morning. 12 o'clock is the riders briefing, and first possible start is 1. Behind me we got the setup and the wave. We got some people already out there training. Take a look.
All right, well, there he is. He is going to be starting to get ready. And while we're waiting, have a look at the beautiful location we have here. There is the Westpoint Hotel. Day number 1 as we are ready to rumble, and about to happen is going to be heat number 3 of the men. All right, so there are the players. Camille Boyer, Gregorio Pugliese, Kasper Zola. These are the 3 athletes that are going to be going out, and it looks like we are no flags in the sky, meaning that we are just coming up on about a minute to the start. Very interesting to see how Cash does here. He comes from Maui. He is a very talented surfer. Going to be interesting to see how he does on these smaller waves. Watching him a couple of days ago, he was looking very good, but he has some tough competition out there for him. So be ready as we're going to be continuing on with heat number 3. All right, so there we can see Gregorio Pugliese out there in the blue, front and center on your screen. There with the gold RRD, that is Camille Boyer. And then Kasper Zola is going to be out on the pink Lycra and the Armstrong equipment. So where we have Camille Boyer mowing the lawn at the moment out there, as he has not jumped on the waves so far, so still no scores to come in. Let's not forget, we have 16-minute heats are going to be coming on the water, 4-minute transitions. And so far, there is Camille Boyer just lining it up. All right, Camille there, just a little bit of a pop. And unfortunately, that wave not really forming on its way down. And there we can see the 3 athletes making their way back to the top of the competition area to see if a set comes their way and they can start to fire off some bullets. Gregorio Pugliese 3.07 and Camille Boyer here in the red waiting for a score to come his way. All right, so there we can see Camille and Cash. Cash in the pink, Camille in the reds. Cash a 4.40 of that last wave, so he is currently in the lead. Right there, Cash, as you said before, first time over here in Dakhla, enjoying the conditions. And looking, he is one of the guys to keep your eyes on. We've seen him in Rio de Janeiro, very impressive on the small waves. Similar situation of what we have here today. Forecast was a little bit more swell. It's supposed to be 1.4 at 14 seconds. Not quite sure where those seconds disappeared to. But hopefully with the push of the tide, the waves are going to be coming up, as it was a little bit bigger yesterday afternoon. And here we can have the Hawaiian athlete searching, cruising and perusing, see if he can find a bump to start to make some turns and some hacks on and get some scores up there, even though he is in the lead so far. Yeah, waves have definitely got a lot smaller in the last hour, so hopefully that's going to pick up. Okay, here we have Cash. Oh, going for the nose grab on the inside. Really getting some height on that, but unfortunately going down, so that's going to be a wipe out for him. All right, so Gregorio Pugliese, who is in the lead as he has a 6.57. And here you can see the Goofy Foot rider going front side. And Gregorio just going off of the back of the wave there. I'm going to say putting scores on the board at the moment. Nobody is really pushing it so far. So you can see him putting those scores on the board, just linking a few turns together. Let's not forget 100% waves. That is pure surfing, what our judges are looking for. They're looking for execution, hitting the wave right in the power section or in the pocket, linking moves together, adding style and adding flow. If you can put all of that mix into a cocktail, you are going to get one hell of a caipirinha that's going to give you a win and take you through the next rounds of the competition. Round number 1 of the men on the water so far. This is heat number 3. If you are just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are tuning in for. And welcome to the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here, Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, cameo out the back. There was rumors there was a little bit of seaweed sometimes, so I reckon sometimes when we see these guys jumping, it's just to make sure that they don't have any on there. It definitely looks like the seaweed situation has improved, and there we can see Cash front and center on your screen. As if I have a little look-see out of the corner of my booth, he is all the way up the top, so he is right up the top of the point as he is looking for those waves that make it all the way down, and those are the ones that are going to give them the top scores. And the boys are just having fun out there. So Cash entering into the wave, a little bit of an ollie. Nice, roundhouse is carved. And now, unfortunately, this wave just flattens out. So a little bit of a one-hit wonder so far for these athletes. Tough conditions here. Forecast is going to get better, and hopefully we're going to be able to see some more size coming our way. All right, so the overall standings in this heat so far, we have 7.07 for Cash Abezola in first position. Second position, Gregorio Pugliese with a 6.57, and third, Camille Bouillet with a 5.60. Those are the scores. Those are the top three in this heat so far. As we are waiting to see, probably they've got about 7 minutes left of this 16-minute heat. And that is the shot. That is the Westpoint. It's just on top of that is the Westpoint Hotel. And this is where we have that right-hander. There has been a low. I reckon that, the tide is just at that point where it is starting to push up. So hopefully waves are going to be increasing. Coming in the next heat, we are also going to be seeing James Jenkins, Vinicius Martins, and Benoit Carpentier. Benoit Carpentier is second on the overall ranking, and he is also he has been a world champion on the SUP wave discipline. So when it comes to surfing, this guy flies. He came in second place in Cape Verde and fifth in Brazil. So second on the overall, so definitely one of the top players for the world championship title, and he is going to be coming up next. But so far we're just waiting for another set to come their wave, and it looks like we have Cash dropping in on a little right-hander to see if this wave will start to form, be able to get some moves. Nice little open face turn there from Cash. Just all of these athletes, they are really making the most with what the conditions they have at hand. Is probably the good old ankle biters out there at the moment. Sometimes when the sets come through, you do get that hip to shoulder high. But for the last two heats, it has been very far and few between. As we stand, this man here, the man from United States of America representing Hawaii, Casper Zerda, is your top athlete in this heat so far, and they are scavenging to see if they can find some waves or a little dribble coming their way. And I know the race crew is going to be checking those conditions very closely. So don't forget, this is a 100% wave event, so 100% surfing. And we are definitely looking for those waves to increase, because it is about 1 to 2 foot out there. Let's not forget, to become a world champion, you need to be good in the good, the bad, the medium, and the average. Have to dot all the I's and cross all the T's and be the best overall athlete. And this is the wave discipline. And as we've been saying before, world championship titles are on the line, as this is the final event of the pure wave discipline of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. On the men's side, we have Hugo Marins leading the pack. Benoit Carpentier and Wesley Brito, those top three have the most possibilities, but anything can happen. And then on the women's side, in between Muna and Nia, pretty much any of those two, that whoever wins the event can take the title. And then there is a slight possibility for Bowen van der Linden, who is also a past world champion on the surf freestyle side of South. Nia Swadius already been taking a world championship this year. And here we have Camille Bouillet. Looks like he's taking on a nice wave, and he is starting to make a move on, keeping himself busy and moving along. Right, so Camille making the most of what he had there, and just adding a little bit of flair at the end of it. I can see Cash out the back also, scavenging for a wave. And we are coming into the final minutes of this heat. Final 3 minutes of this heat. And I'm going to start to throw some stones out there to see if we can get some ripples coming our way. Day number 1 here of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event, Dakhla. The Dakhla World Cup powered by Armstrong foils. And so far, waves are definitely small. Forecast was saying 1.4 at 14, so hopefully that forecast is a little late and it is going to start to push up and increase. But as it stands, conditions are definitely quite small out there. And we will hopefully be seeing an increment, an increase in the wave style and the wave size coming our way. Alright, so we are in the final minute out there. As that green flag is down, so this could be last wave possibilities for these guys. And as we said before, they are scrambling and scavenging to try and get anything they can. Cash here, popping out the foil on the inside as he makes that first turn. And he's going to be trying and ride this one to the end as he knows it is the closing moments of this heat. Heat number 3 of the men. Idea is to continue on until heat number 8 of the men, and then we will be changing over to the women. Here we have Cash, nice little nose grab on the way. This wave is starting to come up nicely. Let's see what he got. Oh, even trying to get a little shampoo there. Now we're talking, mixing it up. Another big air, but just getting caught up and over the top. But yeah, nice to see him mixing that one up. And out the back, Gregorio Pugliese also trying to put in a final wave score. Going to be interesting to see how the judges score that. Because let's not... Cash did get an air and a little, I'm going to say, shampoo sticking his head under the water. But there weren't a lot of turns. So this is going to be an important moment to see what kind of score is going to be coming through. At the moment, he's in the lead. And let's see if that's going to maintain that way. But there it is, red flag. So we're going to have to wait to find out those scores. And let's see the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we're continuing on with round number 1 of the competition here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. And joining me here in the booth, Aidan Nicholas, welcome. How's it going, mate?
Good, thanks, Joe. I'm stoked to be here back in Dakhla and all these waves, and guys are ripping out there, and we're getting some good conditions coming through. So
yeah, it really is looking. I mean, it's been a little small to start off the day. It's probably, what would you say, 1 to 2 foot, and then occasional shoulder high on some of the sets. Wave selection is definitely going to be really key here.
100%. Today it's definitely coming through sections. If you can get it all the way coming from the point back into the beach, like, that's super critical. And you could see on Cash on the last one, a couple waves, he managed to link all the way in, and score suddenly went higher. So if those guys can find those waves that are going to come through all 3 sections of this wave, it's pretty important.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the things we're also seeing is if you can link the turns together, you know, super important back for you guys and girls back at the home is what we're looking for here is 100% wave. So this is pure surfing. So they want to, what the judges want to see, they want you to see them linking it together, hitting the wave in what we like to call the pocket or the power section, not going too far on the shoulder, which is away from the white water, and then also to be able to have that flow.
100%, and keep it connecting. Just keep it going back and forth, just not like one hit and then nothing for a while. So those guys that can keep going through, and it's pretty cool to see. I'm looking forward to seeing this heat right now.
Yeah, let's go out onto the water as we have heat number 4 coming up, and let's have a little look and see who are the players for this round number 1. All right, so there we have one of your teammates, James Jenkins, Vinicius Martins coming out of Brazil, and then Benoit Carpentier, who currently is in 2nd position overall and also an SUP world champion. So good surfers out on the water.
100%. It's going to be really cool to watch. And James is a wild card here. No one's really seen him compete before, so it'd be cool to see what he can put through. And one of the big things these guys are having to watch out for here is a bit of the seaweed. So you see a lot of the guys hopping and jumping, trying to power up their wing again for a jump just to clear that seaweed and get back into it again.
Yeah, and I can see just coming out of the water now, I can see over to our left, we've got Cash. He looks like he's got a smile on his face as he has won that heat. So good way to start off. One of the things we've been saying about Cash is he's so charismatic. He always, this kid always has a smile. If there's a wave, he even has a bigger smile.
Yeah.
And like we just saw it there, it's really cool to see new blood coming in. You know, he's a young athlete, pushing it. He was even trying to get a little cover up, which we don't see often there. So always good to mix it up. But then, you know, you have the veterans. You have guys like Benoit, who has the competition savvy, has the experience. And when it comes to pure surfing, this guy is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
100%. And you see how the stoke comes from different elements they've come from. So you sort of see Cash has come from a wave background, kind of like Benoit has, and they know how to read those waves, and then they power into the wind sports and they start to connect these sections. And it's pretty cool to see how the sport is bringing in people from windsurfing, people from surfing, from kite surfing. Like, it's joining all the elements and making such, like, on the conditions like this, when you look at a surf break like this, you wouldn't look at much, but these guys are able to rip and throw turns in a 1 to 2 foot section. So
yeah, that is one of the things I actually think is the most impressive with wingfoiling is, you know, you can just get going in nothing and you can have fun in nothing.
Exactly.
You know, so many of us live in location where there's waves every other blue moon.
Yeah.
And if there's waves, it's a dribble. The old ankle biters. You guys and girls know what I'm talking about. And to be able to get up on the floor and have turns and have that surfing flowing sensation without having to be on a 50-liter surfboard which doesn't turn, it's definitely one of the things, and this is probably one of the main reasons the wingfoiling sport is accelerating like no tomorrow.
100%. It's a big reason why a lot of the surfers are getting into it. They're saying that they ride 2 foot swell and it feels like 6 foot to them because they're able to wrap those full turns that they can do on those days, and that's what's exciting. That's what drives us into the sport, and it's pretty cool to see everyone starting to pick it up and slowly accept that this is a growing thing and it's going to be here to stay.
All right, so it looks like there we have Vinny on the left-hand side, and we have James Jenkins out the back. So obviously there's, you know, this wave, there's kind of 3 sections to it. We had an interview with Miso at the beginning of the stream. He says that, you know, right on the point, which is where we saw Cash grab that last wave, comes up behind. It's a little bit steeper, has maybe 1 hit or 2 if you're lucky. If it's big, it starts to roll down to the 2nd section. That's kind of the meat and potatoes.
100%.
That's where our athletes are really getting that score, and then all the way down for the kind of the little finish off, the little, you know, claimer where it closes out right in front of the streaming booth. But I will say, it does look like where all of the action is happening is in that second section. Here we can see James on the wave now.
And James is right out of the point there at the moment, so that's what the point looks like. And hopefully the biggest thing is trying to stay with that wing in the neutral handle, even as it goes through between those sections. If you can show that, it shows for the judges that you can connect it without having to use the power of the wing. And James has got a really cool style here. He's super flowy. Nice little connection into the whitewater there.
So tell me a little bit about what James is riding out there. He's on the A-Wing XPS, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
And tell me what kind of setup he has, because one of the things that everybody asks on the stream is, of course these are pros.
Yeah.
These guys, you could give them a paper bag and they'll be riding this way without a problem. But what is the setup they are using? Because one of the most important things for the riders and obviously for the brands is anybody can rock up into a shop and buy exactly what these guys and girls are on.
100%. And that's what we love. James here is riding an MA800 with a speed 180 tail. And he's loving that setup. He's just super flowy. He can get the turns that he wants. He can get the air, get the pop. It gives him that speed and acceleration. And the MA800 has the right amount of surface area to play on this wave. It's at this current size it is, if you go too small, it's a little too fast for this wave. When we get a few extra foot on it, you can start doing that, but in the current state it's in, it's really important to play a slightly bigger foil, and we like to put a smaller tail on so you loosen it all up again.
And how about, for example, the mask? It's another one of the things that got asked. We talked to a few of the riders before. They were saying that in these smaller waves, they are using longer. Is there difference of opinions? I always like to throw those questions out because everybody in the end, everybody has
a lot of riders ride.
Yeah, we were catching up with some of the F1 riders and some of the guys from RRD. That does seem to be, and like you were saying before, we came from Cape Verde.
Yeah.
So Cape Verde, that wave is fast.
Yeah.
That right-hander is a steam train to say the least, and they were out on even 100 front wings.
Yeah.
Because for exactly what you're saying, to be able to keep up, be able to keep the speed and be able to get down there. Waves like this, 700 to 800 seems to be the goer across the brands, and then depending on the size of the athlete, some of the guys say that they're preferring the 60 leaderboard so they can kind of get through some of the flats and get up and going when there are, because there are some kind of like bold patches out there, and then some of the guys and girls are going to be risking it and go maybe 40 or even a little bit less than that. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so James and Cash are both riding 40 liters here, and so they love that narrower board. It can mean they can really get it on the rails and just connect the waves a little bit better. Yeah, of course, on this wave is really technical on the inside and you need a bigger board, but sometimes these guys are willing to take a slightly bigger wing out, so a little bit more to maneuver while you're out there, but you get to be able to throw the turns harder and get better scores.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've seen James at a GWA event. I've heard a lot about him, obviously coming out of Hatteras, but he spends a lot of time down in Nicaragua doing foiling and kind of doing coaching as well, and just looking at how he's riding in the waves. He's got some hours on the foil.
He does have a lot of hours on the foil. James does a lot of toe. That's his big one, and then winging as well, and he just rips and knows how to read the wave super well, and he's been surfing since a young age and now connecting it into the foiling. It's like, as we say, for every one good surf spot, there's now suddenly 3 foil spots.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a little look at the scores again, so we have James has a 6.63 and a 6.10, so kind of, the average to high score on the waves, and that are some of the high scores we've seen today, so making the most of the conditions he has at hand. And then Benoit there with a 5.50, like we said, we knew he was going to be one of the top contenders. Vinny, he has improved so much. Obviously, Brazilian blood, these guys have surfing in their nature.
Oh, and Vinny's a big wave surfer. We got to come back and remember where Vinny's come from, and that foiling and the dynamic of different gear and how it's developing, and people are able to improve and picking the right gear, picking the right conditions, and getting good training in. And Vinny's now coming up through the ranks pretty hard as well, and it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I think what I really love about wingfoiling is seeing the different characters from different paths. Like you said at the beginning, wingsurfers, surfers, kiters, swimmers, polers, you name it. Everybody is starting to get into it, and it also brings the different styles in. Like you look at Benoit, obviously he comes from SUPing and longboarding, so you can see the more flowy, open carving turns, kind of having that Rob Machado kind of style to it. Then you can see the likes of a Cash, who is a lot more jitty, a lot more slashy, kind of the new school of the surfing. I must admit, I'm a fan of all of the different styles, but if I had to pick, it would always be a Slater or a Mick Fannin. Those big open power turns, kind of quaddy style, but obviously on smaller waves, you just got to do what you do.
And that's like you watch Cash on those bigger stuff, and he starts to throw those same similar big, hard, powerful turns. He's a small guy, but rips those faces. And on those smaller stuff, you got to do what you can do. And you really start to see an athlete stick to their style when it's small, because it's more critical. It's what they feel more comfortable with. When it gets a little bigger, you start to see them push a little bit more power through their turns and start to mix up the styles. And as you said, Benoit's come from a longboard, so he really goes off that longboard factor. And James has come from a mix of shortboard, a little bit of longboard, a little bit of kite. Like, he's done all the different aspects, so he combines all of those together.
Yeah, no, I think that is one of the really good things over here. Let's have a little look. Let me just go over here and see how. So let's not forget we had Benoit in Cape Verde. He came second, so obviously that was the bigger waves where it was doing those really powerful turns. Then Brazil was a little more hacky, and he came in 5th position. Cash, it was the first time he appeared in Brazil, and we was doing very well when it came to the wave riding. I'd say similar conditions in Brazil than they are here, so maybe having the upper hand. But now James at the moment solid with those 2 scores in the lead. Tell me a little bit about the wing.
So the wing, the XPS wing, there was pretty much 2 years of development these guys did. They went through over 100 prototypes to get from their V2 to this V3, and it's an all-round. It does your wave, it does your freestyle, it plays well racing upwind, downwind, and it's they've changed the dynamic as everyone's deciding between, should we stick with soft handles, should we go hard handles, and so Armstrong has gone for the semi-rigid handles. Mm-hmm. So they're hard underhand, they're carbon, hybrid carbon handles is what they call them, and they're hard in the hand, but they're still soft. So you get the direct feeling you want, but you get the same feeling as a soft handle gives you with that little bit of grip in the hand.
Yeah, it's really interesting what we're seeing with a lot of the brands now as the sport is kind of starting to establish itself. It's still a new sport, but we're starting to see in the design, and it is coming to that point of establishment where equipment construction really comes into play. We're seeing the Lula, we're seeing Hokipo, we're seeing all different materials, how, kind of like when in the kiting days you start seeing a few of them with really weird shapes. So you can see, but it's getting to a point where on both the boards, the fuselages and the wings, is that the construction is taking a big part of R&D.
100%. And it's an important part. It's setting a direction, but I feel the sport's growing so quickly still. We're trying to figure out what the best direction is. And as we're seeing that, the gear is improving, the riders are improving, and it's amazing when you jump on the right gear, how your improvement.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, they do say it's the Indian and not the arrow, but I'd say the arrow helps.
It definitely does.
All right, so Benoit here getting through that first section. He's picked up a nice one. This one's starting to get a little bit more open on that second part of the wave, but still conditions are tough out there for them right now.
100%. It looks like Benoit got a bit of seaweed on at that end, but they're trying to repump and get some little pop to break it off. And we haven't really seen a lot of riders use the windsurf wave sailing style yet.
No, we saw Benoit doing that in Cape Verde. Went well for him.
Yeah.
But I still will say I reckon the judges are giving a little bit more kudos to the pure open, open face turns, letting go of that one hand. But if you can power up to get some speed, hit the lip and go off the top, now we're talking a different story.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, as you're standing, we'd still have James Jenkins in first position. Second position is going to be Benoit Carpentier, and third, Vinicius and Martins by the skin of their teeth in between those two. As we are here, day number 1, round 1, heat number 4. The idea for today, Aiden, is we're going to be going through to heat number 8 of the men, and then we're going to switch over to the ladies, because there is where there's definite world championship title contenders, as whoever wins the event in between Muna and Nia our world champion, but there's also a slight, open a can of worms. Bowen van der Linden, if a lot of things goes wrong at the top, she could have a possibility to win it. I always like those scenarios, kind of, the underdogs, or the, what people don't think can happen. As they say, any heat is a final and anything can happen.
100%, and Bowen's been here a few times. She knows the spot. She knows how it rides. She's competed here before. I think it's Nia's first time competing here. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. Muna's competed a lot in the kite, so Muna knows the spot from previous experiences in the kite, but it's going to be interesting to see how they can piece it together and who can pick the best section.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Nia and Muna, Nia won Rio, which was smaller waves. Muna won Cape Verde, that were bigger waves. Muna was second on smaller waves, and Nia was first on smaller waves. So they've had a win each. I would say maybe Nia might have a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to small surfing, but Muna White, she wins it on the kiting. She's won it on the winging. She's been practicing quite a bit. Always a force to be reckoned with when it comes to pure surfing. I mean, Hawaiian, that's you got it. You're surfing pretty much as soon as you're born.
It's in the blood. It's what they got. They got so much of it, and here the boys are all looking. Maybe there's a sick coming through. Oh, James, look at those wraps. That's it. Getting right back in the pocket, resetting, ready for the next when it next sets up.
It's interesting to see how he keeps spinning that wing and now gone back to that section. Okay, decided a bit to barrel it. Maybe he forgot he was wingfoiling and just went for the surfing.
Yeah. No, it's cool to see, and it's really gusty in here. That's the tricky part about this spot. Like, the wings are a little up and down as the gusts come through, and you get lulls in certain sections, and it's cool to see all these guys riding and ripping in this break.
Benoit going for a little off the lip there, but not being able to get back onto the wave as they are start to scavenge and really circling. There it is. Red flag in the sky. So it looks like James is going to be taking that one home. So first competition, first round, first heat, first win. Congratulations to him. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. Day number 1, GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. We're just joined there in the booth by Aidan Nicholas, one of the Armstrong athletes, and giving us the rundown on all the ins and the outs of their equipment. Thank you very much, Aidan, for joining us. We'll be getting different athletes in the booth throughout the stream, as we have a 10-day competition, 8 days of a competition out there on the water. And so far we have a double event, so we have both the GWA and the GK here. GWA, the wingfoiling is the name of the game. There we can see Finn Spencer, Bastien Escoffet, and Malo Genole, the just crowned world champion. So those are the boys that are going to go out and play. So with the green helmets, that is going to be Malo Genole. Here we can see Spencer on the front. And Bastien Escoffet, no, excuse me, Bastien Escoffet, I do apologize. And there we can see Spencer, as they just recently changed over to duotone, hailing out of Canada. So these are the 3 athletes. These are the 3 men that are going to battle it out. Green flag is in the sky. 16 minutes of heat. Let's see what they have for us. Alright, so here we can see Bastien Escoffet in the blue. Bastien, a very talented all-round athlete, one of the top guys to always look at. Very fast athlete. One of the things that Bastien really does stand out, he absolutely bolts it across the competition area. He came 5th in Brazil, having a very good event there for him. And then also, when it came to the surf freestyle, he was in his first final in Denmark, together with his teammate Malo Genole, who is out there on the water as well. And then when it comes to Malo, he won the Brazilian event. So Malo Genole, coming off of a win, he's motivated. It's smaller waves again. And looking forward to see some of the action in between these two. Bastien has picked up a nice wave. A little wibbly wobbly, just going down there. Maybe had some seaweed on the floor. There is some seaweed out there. But yep. Alright, here we can see Finn Spencer. But there with the pink, that is Malo Genole. He is the surf freestyle world champion. And also the event winner in Denmark, as I mentioned before. So Malo coming off of double wins, Denmark and Rio. And these conditions really do suit Malo surfing. And there we can see Finn out the back, as this is heat number 5, round number 1 of the men. Alright, so here we can see the guys just making their way back up to the competition area. Malo Genole is going to be taking off on a wave. Alright, here he goes. Nice open face hack there for Malo. Really like how he really opens those shoulders. Gets a bit caught up there as he makes his way through the competition area. And there we can see Finn out the back, also getting a little bit of airtime. And Malo pumping away. Maybe going to be seeing a nice little air and landed it right in the pocket. Great wave there from Malo Genole as we continue on. And while we're waiting for these athletes to go back out, we caught up with Bastien Escoffet, who was explaining the equipment that he was going to be using out there today.
In a place like Dakhla.
Yeah, so this wave is not actually that fast. So I'm rather using a kind of like average size foil. So I'm on the 700 high price, which is like a higher aspect foil. It's like about 8 aspect ratio with a longer fuse. So you get a bit more flow on the waves, and 85 mast as always. I'm also on a 65 liter board because the wind is pretty shifty. So you can get through the holes pretty easy.
There you can see Bastien give us the ins and the out and what he's going to be using out there. So, as he said, one of the Gong athletes and also very seriously involved in the R&D and development for Gong products. Gongs is our live stream, one of our live stream partners here today. So thank you very much to all of the Gong team for all your support. And here we can see him front and center, the man himself, Bastien Escoffet, and Malo Genole out the back, whacking off a turn. As these boys are starting to get busy. An 8.40 there for Malo before. So the top score of the day, Malo Genole. And now Bastien looking to try and join it together, but Malo showing why he was the winner in the last Pure Wave event in Brazil. And he is looking very good out there so far with the highest wave score of the day. Watch out the back also. There we can see Finn Spencer out there on the new unit D-Lab from Duotone. Starting to wrap himself around nice all the way back to the passage. Just going down on the floor with them, unfortunately. But these guys are really having to pump to make the most of the waves. Now we're talking. The boys are starting to get busy. All right, so athletes circling around the back to see if they can get into that competition mode. And there we can see a little bit of the beauty cam down here on the beach. This is our competition area. So you can see we have the tents down here on the beach where the riders are. Enough speakers there to get a little bit of sound and some music down here. Obviously one of our partners, Red Bull. That is the athletes riders tent, where our riders hang out and chill. All right, and here we have both athletes starting to go down as they are ready. So it looks like we might have some motion out there. All right, so Bastien Escoffier, let's have a look of the points so far. Whoa, Malo Genolé, 8.40, 6.80. Nice 360 there from Bastien. Bastien in at second place with a 6.90 and Finn with a 6.63. These guys are still waiting for some waves, but that man with the green helmet really putting in the damage here. Has a very floaty start. Oh, Bastien getting some airtime, but just not quite getting the landing. Malo letting loose and getting that foil out of the back of the wave and really hacking and slashing it down. Here we have Finn. Nice up close and personal. Roundhouse back to the whitewater. Now this is where he's going to get some speeds as he comes down to that second section of this wave. Nice air, but just lands behind it, unfortunately, there. A great wave there from all three of these athletes as they are definitely starting to get in the groove. It is just coming up on 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time. The idea is to get through to round number 8 of the men and continue on with the full ladder of the women's competition. Day number 1, GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. And here we can see the vibes on the beach where all of the athletes have everything ready to go. So this is our little riders area that they have here. Nice bit of shade. Out the back you can see the flag in the air. That is our judge tower. And this is the bottom section of the competition area. As the tide is a little bit high, we can see everybody starting to get their stuff ready. There we can see all of the Armstrong gear from Cash ready to rock and roll. Some of the athletes down here, some of the duotone and RRD riders also. And just about to come in on frame. There we can see Hendrix Lopez foils, the Cabrinas, and that is the competition area. All the way out the back is the Westpoint Hotel. So there it is. Welcome to our competition area down here in Dakhla. I hope you guys and girls are enjoying yourself as we are currently in the heat 5 of round number 1. All right, Bastien pumping and pushing to make his way all the way out to the back. You can see Malo already. He is the highest scoring athlete out there today so far. And we are just waiting for the competition to continue on because coming up next, we are also going to be having out there Chuchanut, Julien Ratotti, the big air world champion, and Clément Rosseur, one of the top surfers. This guy, big wave surfs, hacks it on both the kite surfing and the wingfoiling. And I am really looking forward to see how he does because he is 4th on the overall tour so far. He had 5th in Cape Verde and 5th in Brazil. So one of the top contenders for the World Championship podium. Let's see what is going to be happening here today. All right, there we can see Clément Rosseur getting ready to rumble. There he is. Ah, the Shakas. How's it going? How's it going? Bonjour, bonjour. So Clément Rosseur getting ready to go out. There we can see Camille Lassaran, also one of our kite surfing world champions. So teamwork helping out and getting out there on the water. And now you can see him there on his duotone equipment, getting out onto the water. And now talking about the water, 16.37 Malo, 8.409 and a 7.97. 2 big scores there for the Frenchman. He is definitely looking to be the man to beat out there so far today. No surprise there. He is currently 5th on the overall ranking. 1 in Brazil. He won the surf freestyle in Denmark. And now is looking in very good form as he has the 2 biggest scores of the day here in Dakhla as well. All right, here we have Bastien. This is looking like a very nice wave. Picking off a good one here, the Frenchman. So Bastien just turning back and forward, keeping it easy. And now this is where the wave starts to get a little bit more chunky. The meat and potato section, as I was saying there with Aiden, this second section of the reef. Little bit of an ollie there. Staying a little bit far out on the shoulder. And there's the 360. Just unfortunately going down. So trying to make the best out of that wave, but Bastien Escofet just missing the landing on that one. And it looks like I can see out of the corner of my eye. Yep, there it is. So Finn, he has an 8.20. So one of the top scores of the day, as he has a 14.83 just behind Malo. Looking to improve. Nice. Flowy back and forward. Making sure he stays with the power. Has not even touched the board so far. The Canadian absolutely killing it. Little air, gets it down. He does. This is a very nice wave here from Finn. One of the Spencer brothers just joined into its own team. And really, all the way down the line, making the most of all of the sections we might be seeing. Yes, we are. 360 under the wing, but just not landing on a wave. But very nice surfing there from him. Alright, well, we are just coming to, yes, there it is. Red flag in the sky. Meaning we're going to have to wait for results, because maybe that last wave from Finn could change it up. But before we do so, let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we are here for the double event of the GWA Kite Surf World Cup in Dakhla, and also the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, powered by Armstrong Foils. The name of the game today is wingfoiling. We are currently going to be going into heat number 6, and there's the players. Tutunanot representing the Netherlands. Julian Ratotti, the Big Air World Champion, coming out of France, and Clément Rosseur, as we saw him going into the water just before, also a very talented surfer. 16-minute heat. Top 2 waves count. They have 10 wave attempts. Let's get to it, as we are just about to be going into green flag and go, go, go. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. So it looks like we were going to be continuing on with the men, just getting some information for our racing team. So it looks like we're going to be continuing on with round number 2 of the men. We'll confirm that as soon as possible. But at the moment, we are now in heat number 6. So Chuchononot, Julian Rototti, who is there in the blue on your screen, another one of the Gong athletes, together with Clement Rosseur. Clement already we have a 4.93. And then in that previous heat, we saw some of the biggest scores being landed, both Malo Genole and also just getting the numbers on that one, just scrolling through this like no tomorrow. So Malo getting some of the top scores already with we had a 13.03 there from Kuyala to start it off, but Malo getting 8s and 7s. So I'll update that as soon as I have that information, because it hasn't come in yet, but we do know, yep. So I'll get that for you guys very soon, but we saw that Finn Spencer and Malo Genole are the top 2 athletes when it comes to points so far. All right, so it is official. So we are not going to be running competition of the women today. We're going to be continuing on with the men, as it looks like they are going to be going into round number 2 of the men. So that is official. We will be continuing on with the men today. So the women are going to be released. So the idea is to go from heat number 1 all the way through to 16. So round number 1 and number 2 of the men here for the first day of the Dakhla World Cup. All right, so Clement going backside, getting a couple of nice waves. He already has a 4.93. Good flow, opening those shoulders, getting the turn. Back to the power section, out in front, and just cruising and perusing. Loosey-goosey, as Mr. Angulo would say, all the way down the line. And a very nice ride here from Clement, switching the wing when he needs to. And we can see out there in the back, that is Chuchon or not, the North athlete. He's out there on the mode. Clement just hitting the board there. Unfortunately, looks like he's looking for an air. Yes, he is going for the 360, but just missing it out. Would have been a nice closer, but good wave there for the Frenchman. All right, so Julian up the top, trying to get a little wave in as well. So far, Clement Rosseur with an 11.10, 6.17 to 4.93. Chuchon not in second place with a 5.93. And in third place, Julian Rototti. Those are your top 3 athletes out there on the water now. All right, so Julian Rototti here on the wave. Rototti right in front of the wave, but no, gets munched up, unfortunately. Let's have a look and see if Clement is going to land on a wave. It does look like he will. No, turning around as the boys are searching for us the ocean out there. All right, well, while we're waiting for our athletes to make it all the way to the back, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look-see and why Morocco is so beautiful with this Visit Morocco. All right, so still waiting for our athletes to get some sections, some waves. The sets are quite far and few between. As it stands, we have Clément Rochelle first position, second position now Chucho Nunot, and third position Julian Rototti. All right, so they're all the way out the top as they know what they have to do. If they want to get those top scores, they've got to get those waves all the way from the top of the competition area. We've seen some of the guys be able to link it together, but they are very far and few between here, unfortunately, as waves are quite small. There are some good ones when the sets come in. All right, it looks like Chucho is starting to pick up on one. Let's see what he can do with it. Now it's starting to go. All right, Chucho Nunot on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Getting a little bit of an air there on that first section. Getting caught behind the whitewater. Can he get past? It does look like he does. Oh, letting the fall loose there. Nice hack here. Chucho Nunot back to the power section of the wave. Going back to the foam ball. This is to be get past that second section. Can he make it all the way down? Has to get on the wing to be able to make it through. That would take off a little bit of some of the scores, but still nice wave coming his way. And he is caught on the inside. Now he's going to be able to get some more turns. Big open face hack here from Chucho. Spinning the wing along as he goes. Right down in the middle. And this is where he's going to start to get some speed. He's definitely looking for an air. He managed to pause it off. This is going to be a very nice score here for Chucho. Again, off the top. Great riding here from the Dutch athlete, Chucho Nunot, here on your screen. Looks like he's rocking a 4 or 4.2. Yep, 4.2 North mode. Thank you for showing that to me, Chucho. So 4.2 wing. And a great ride there for him. I tell you what, let's have a little look at the replay of that last wave from Chucho Nunot. Really nice all the way from the back until the bottom section here of the competition area. You can see this wave's nice, starting to peel up nicely, having a little bit of verticality to it. Getting a couple of nice hacks off the top right, letting that fall loose. So a couple good moves there for Chucho Nunot. And now we can see our athletes out the back. So waiting for that score to drop. 5.93 and a 3.35. Very close to Clément. I reckon he might be able to get that when that score is dropped. We will soon find out. On your screen, Clément Rochelle, the duotone athlete, waiting for his wave to come his way. All right, Rototti at the top. Looks like he's got some motion in the ocean. And he has definitely got one of the nicer set waves. There are some bumps coming through. There we can see also that was Clement, but it is going to be Ratotti dropping in. He has a 5.67, needs to get a better backup score, and he could be right back into this big set wave, one of the bigger ones we've seen today, opening all the way out in the middle of the competition area. This is going to be a good score for him if he can keep this speed up. Back to the power, and this is where they kind of lurk here in the middle and make it all the way down. So Ratotti, it is a bit of a flattened out wave, and no, goes off the back of it there so far, but a good wave there from the Frenchman. All right, Clement, open face turns here. We can see Chucho out the back. These two guys are battling it out for first and second place. Chucho in the lead after that last wave. 6.38 for that last good one. And Clement trying to make a little bit of an increment as he needs just over 1 point. Big backside air. Does he get back on it? Yes, he does. Pumping like no tomorrow. Judges are really going to be liking that one. But Chucho is not going to be giving this one up easy either, as both of these guys surfing in front of each other. Let's see who's going to come out on top after that last exchange.
That's an interesting heat. Everybody got two scores on the table now. And the scores are correct. I can see Clement was there in the lead with a 6.1 and a 6.6 and a total of 4 races. Chucho close behind with a total of 12.3. And then Julian was talking 8.77. So anything can happen here in this heat. The waves are improving. So let's watch this heat.
So all of our athletes up the top of the competition area. In the red, Chucho Nonot. In the blue, Julian Ratotti. In the pink, Clement Rosselló. And they're way out on the point. Green flag is in the sky. We're about 3 minutes to go. And just waiting to see if another set is going to be coming their way. And we'll be able to see an exchange. It is very close. Clement overtaking once again. 12.80 again, a 6.63. Chucho Nonot at 12.31. So it is very close in between these two athletes, as this is heat number 6 of round number 1 of the men's GWA Wingfoil World Cup event here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. And these three musketeers, the three stooges, waiting for some ocean motion or some motion from the ocean to come their way and start to get a little bit of surfing going. Clement Rosselló, the duotone athlete there, front and center. Out the back, we can see that is going to be Clement, excuse me, that's going to be Chucho Nonot out there on the north mode. On the right-hand side, Julian Ratotti from the Gong team. Oh, Ratotti, open face turn, very nice, right into the section, just misses out on the timing of that one to see if he can get it back together. Wave is looking very nice. Clement on the second one, and we have Chucho on the third, so we're going to have a set face-off. There is no flag in the sky, I mean, in less than a minute, so these are going to be the final waves. Anything can happen because any of these athletes are capable of doing a 7-point ride. Clement's gone down, so that's definitely not going to make it. Is this going to be an opportunity for Chucho? He needs to get about a 6.2 ish, if I got my calculator out right, to be able to take that in first position. And Julian here just riding this one all the way to the inside, and I reckon he's even touched the foil there, coming so close to the shore. All right, so we are waiting for those results to come in, but it did look like it is going to be Clément Rosseur taking the win in that heat number 6. And while we're waiting to come back, let's have a little look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, to the first day, round number 1, heat number 7. There are the players: Axel Gerard, Fernando Narvaez, Miso, and Tom Aubert. These are the 3 guys that are going out there. Green flag, 60-minute heat. We've got a 4-minute transition. They have 10 wave attempts. The top 2 waves, top 2 scores are going to give you the kudos, the shackers, the smiles, and the love from our judges. And to make you be going through to the next round, winner of round number 1 will make it directly to round number 3. And then second and third will have to battle it out in round 2. And there we can see out in the blue on the left-hand side of your screen with the F1, that is Fernando Narvaez Miso. Out the back, Axel Gerard with the red is going to be out there on the AFS. And then Tom Aubert is going to be on the very right-hand side of your screen if he comes in. he is going to be out there on the pink. All right, here we can see Tom out there on the duotone. And just starting to get a go on 60-minute heat. Let's go, everybody. Dakhla, day number 1. All right, all 3 athletes at the top section of the competition area, so they're definitely looking for some of those set waves. Axel Gerard, he is the young underdog. I tell you what, this young athlete has been pushing like no tomorrow. He did very well over there in Cape Verde, got a 9th place in the waves. And you can see just starting to get his surfing groove on. He wasn't in Rio. Did not get a scoring on the waves here from the information I have. But now let's see how he does on these smaller size waves. He really impressed me over there in Cape Verde. This guy has no fear. And good open face turns. Nice couple of hacks here from Axel. Starting to get his groove on. Putting it in his first slot here. Heat number 7, round number 1. All right, so far, Axel Gerard there, 5.43 in that last wave. Nice surfing there from him. On your screen, there we can see Tom Albert out there on the new duotone. And Fernando Narvaez is out there on the Strike V3 from F1. Your 3 riders here. As we continue on, we were initially going to be moving over to the women's side of competition, but that has been changed. We are now continuing on with round number 2 of the men. So all the way through to heat number 16, and then depending on the time scale, maybe even round number 3. So a full day of action here. Day number 1 Dakhla World Cup, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, Axel once again, and we can see Tom Albert out the back as well. Both of these guys synchronizing it up. A little bit of air there from Tom. Axel, open face turn all the way. Now going back to the power zone of the wave. Nice, flowy, top to bottom. This is what the judges are looking for, not losing speeds. With a double pump there from him. Axel really looking good on one of the biggest set waves of the day, all the way down to the bottom of the competition area. Axel on an absolute blazer here and finishes it off with a small air. Oh, my hat's going off to him. A very nice wave there from the young French athlete. Yes, yes, yes. All right, here we have Miso. Really like how he just changes the wind every single time, but just not picked up on one of the set waves we saw there from Axel. I reckon one of the biggest ones of the day. Yep, 8.10, so one of the top scores there from Axel. All right, Fernando Narvaez. One of the most experienced surfers we have here on the tour, hailing out of Brazil. Has been heavily into the surf foiling from the beginning of the sport. And there we can see just making it all the way down to the bottom section. Now we're talking.
He's one of the strong competitor as well, so watch out for this boy. That's a clear lead for now, but we still have plenty of time to go in that lead.
All right, so now all of them up the top, trying to find those little gems, the diamonds in the rough. And we just saw, I reckon, probably one of the best waves of the day we just saw there from Axel, as they were pushing forward to see if they can get...
Hola, 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 hola. Hola.
Ole, also from Finn Spencer, and now medium 8. And 8.1 there from Axel, so they are definitely the three guys to be looking at so far. So as it stands, a 13.53 for Axel, a 6.90 for Fernando Narvaez from Miso, and a 5.80 for Tom Aubert. That is how it stands here so far today.
Hola, a boca. Hola, hola, hola. Hola. Que sí, yo hablo, pero no puedo ver si...
All right, while we're waiting for our athletes to get their next set wave, let's have a little look and see at the Dakhla hotel group that we have here in Westpoint, Dakhla. right, well, welcome back, everybody. We just saw another nice wave there from Axel Gerard as we continue on with day number 1 here of the World Cup event in Dakhla. At the moment, we're in heat number 7. So far, it is Axel Gerard in first position. Second position, Fernando Narvaez, and third, Tom Aubert. All right, everybody. So while we're waiting for the action to come back with this heat, we are going to be going down to the beach because we are going to be catching up with Tom and Clement, who just won that last heat. Let's see what they have to say.
Of his heat, Clement, definitely one of the most versatile, I would say, watermen we have here on tour. He competes on kite, he competes in winging, everywhere on top. He's one of the title contenders as well, still in the race for the world title. It's a quite strong fleet here, I would say, in this event. Maybe the strongest we ever had. Do you think it's any easy heats you have in this competition? I mean, I know you can't lose in the first round. You secured to go straight into round 3. I don't know who you're facing. But how do you see your draw and how do you see your path to the final?
The only things that I saw is in the quarter, I'm sure I will finish against Malo if I don't lose before. But yeah, I had one possibility to finish second to that heat and go to the repechage and try to don't arrive against Malo. But I think all the heats are going to be super hard. So I just need, if I want the title, I need to beat everyone. So if I have to try to beat Malo in quarter, I will try. I will do my best. I was training a bit before at home, foiling, not wingfoiling, but foiling. And we have great condition here. The wave is super long. It's like perfect wave. I don't know. I will just enjoy on the water and try to do my best on all the wave I will catch.
Yeah, it sounds like the right strategy. You just beat everybody and that's the only chance to be world champion. But you also need to be obviously having the other guys a little bit more behind. And as you said, I mean, this is the first day. The conditions seem to be improving. I saw you had a couple of good scores out there. How do you see the conditions evolving? I mean, this is the first day and the next week, but you see potentially in having even better conditions later in the week?
Yeah, I think we can have better condition. I don't know how the forecast is looking because it's like kind of the same. But I think we're going to have some peak of swell for sure. But even today it's good. Like, in the skipper meeting, some people was like, maybe it's not that good, but for me it's good. Maybe we can extend a bit the heat duration if we want for the next heat. But we have good wave, good condition. We can make airs, carve, everything. We have not too much seaweed, at least. So yeah, happy about the condition.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Clement, and good luck for the rest of the competition. You have you can skip around now. You don't need to go in round 2. You can take a rest. We're not sure if we're going to be back in round 3 today, but it is a possibility. So good luck for that, and I'll see you soon. Back to Joe.
Is he going to do the woman now after? Oh.
No, we released the woman.
Ah, yeah?
The woman today.
Well, welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on with the competition. Day number 1, round number 1. Out there on the water, there he is, Mohamed Ali Bakali, Marius Aubert, and Ugo Marin. Mohamed, one of the top Moroccan athletes. It's so cool to see him every year. This guy absolutely rips on the surf, and I haven't seen him wingfoiling yet, so looking forward to see how he does. This is going to be still round number 1 of the competition as we are getting ready to rumble. We've had a full day of action so far. The idea is to continue all the way through the competition until round number 2, so heat number 16, and then we will have to see what time it is and where we are. So it's just coming up to 20 to 4 in the afternoon. If you're just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, welcome, bienvenido. I hope you have been enjoying the stream so far. I'm Joe Siasha. I'll be your commentator throughout this week. This is a double headliner event. So we have the GK Kitesurf World Cup and we have the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. So we have both of the sister tours here. Today the name of the game is the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. We're going to be doing the men's discipline as women have been released. And out there, heat number 8 just about to go. So we have, in the red lycra is going to be Mohamed Ali Bakali. In the blue lycra is going to be Marius Aubert. And in the pink is going to be Ugo Marin. Ugo Marin is number 1 on the overall ranking. He has a total of 1,470 points. He was 4th in Cape Verde, 3rd in Brazil, and he is the man to beat. He is on top and looking to see what is happening. All right, so there we just saw a very nice wave from Ugo Marin. This is Marius Aubert here on the duotone on the blue, as he's going to be making his way towards us as well. That's a nice set wave. All right, nice little pop out there from him. A little bit far out on the shoulder, wants to be a little closer to that power section, but getting some scores on the board. All right, I tell you what, let's have a little look-see at the replay of that last wave as we're waiting for some scores to come in. Here we see Ugo Marin, your current tour leader, the F1 rider, hailing out of France, backside nice and easy, very laid back and mellow style. He is the top man when it comes to the surfing discipline. And Ugo, nice little 360, but going down there at the end. So waiting for some scores to be dropped. But at the moment, a 6.13 for that last wave there from Ugo. All right, so it looks like Ugo Marin is going to be dropping in on another wave, so we're going to be staying with him. As he is starting to get a little bump on the outside as the other athletes are making their way towards it. But it doesn't look like much is going to be coming their way. While we're waiting, we're going to take a short commercial break as our athletes hit the back of the competition area.
Faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody, to the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils here in Dakhla, Morocco. What a beautiful location it is. We are right out in front of the Westpoint Hotel, where the waves are really starting to filter in. It is the first day of competition, and already we are just about to finish off round number 1. All right, so here we have Ali Bakali on the inside. He is the top Moroccan athlete. So far, Ugo with 6.13, Marius Robert with a 5.63 and a 3.23, and Ali Bakali with a 2.73. Marius in first position as he has those double waves, but Ugo definitely has the highest scoring wave out there today. Ali Bakali, a very talented kite surfer, and also a very talented wingfoiler. And here we have the Westpoint Hotel here at our beautiful location. This is right in front of the point. You can see on that right-hand side, those are the waves that are starting to filter in here. This really nice right-hander. And there we have the accommodation right in front of the wave. I tell you what, you can literally have a shower and know what the waves and what is happening. This is our competition area. Our athletes are in there at the moment, getting ready to rumble. As we continue on, here we can see Ugo Marin, who is currently in second position He's trying to get another wave as he knows he has the highest scoring wave of the heat, but he needs to increase his backup score. All right, so Ali Bakali, 6.60. We have Marius Aubert, 8.90, your current leader, and Ugo Marina, 6.13. Both Ali Bakali and Marius Aubert have 2 waves to the name. Ugo only has 1. Plenty of time to go, so I reckon there's still going to be a shift up on the leaderboard. But so far, it is the Frenchman that has that first place. All right, Ali Bakali here. Drop it in on a nice little wave. And this guy knows this place like the back of his hand. Just trying to pump along as this wave, this is where it hits that inside section. It gets a little bit hollower, but no, deciding against that. It was coming quite close to the rocks. So that's going to be a no-show for him. And here we have Marius Aubert also, just right out in front of the point. All of these guys circling around like sharks, trying to find another wave to be able to get some scores off. Marius knows he's in the driving seats, but knows he has to increase on that backup scores because any of these athletes are capable of getting anything more than a 3.23, but just trying to find some love and not quite being able to get that. The ocean not showing him the motion so far. Waiting for a set to come through as our athletes are making their way back out in front of the Westpoint Hotel that we saw there with the drone shot. And let's see if we can have more set waves coming your way. All right, Ugo Marin dropping in. This one is looking like it's going to start to make some form there. A little bit of an A-frame there for him going all the way to the point so he can start to use the power section. Flattens off right down there. Being able to get a couple of turns on this, looking for that backup score. And unfortunately, this one just going completely as flat as a pancake there for him. He wants to try it to get a little bit further down so he can start to get some scores on it. And this is where it hits that kind of second little sandbank and is able to get another couple of turns. But he really is having to pump this one all the way down. And as time is short, he's going to ride this all the way in as he is looking to increase on a 3.23 backup score of Marius Aubert. So he can get around a 3-ish and he would be able to be in the lead. So a 2.9 actually is what Ugo Marin would need to be able to take that first position so far. But as we said before, any of these athletes capable of hitting top scores, he knows he's going to be looking for something a lot higher. All right, Ugo Marin. Now we're talking a couple of waves coming their way. Green flag is in the sky, so they have a few more minutes. And Ugo was patient and waiting for that second wave. Still waiting for the score of that second one, and this will be his third. All right, all the way down the point. A little bit of 360, but nose diving. That one just missing out there, unfortunately. Marius here also trying to find a little bit of a section, and he is circling. He knows he's in the winning position so far. But I have a feeling Ugo, after that second wave, as we're still waiting for that score to drop, will be your current leader. All right, Marius starting to link a few turns together. Now we're talking. Oh, this one's looking nice all the way down. It's opening up really well. Very good wave selection here from the French athlete. This is going to be doing some damage. Almost loses it there. A little bit far out on the shoulder. Going to want to get back to the power zone if he wants to get those top points. He keeps dipping every single time he goes down. Ugo Marin also right behind him. You can see Ugo stays a little bit closer to the foam ball, goes back to that power section to get the wave. Judges are really going to be liking this, as this is a very nice set for both of these athletes. Marius, a little bit of an air on the inside of the flat section. Going to be a good closeout for him now. This is going to be a very defining moment in this heat, as your top two athletes, wave for wave. Let's see who's going to have those top scores. All right, so now just waiting for the numbers. I'm going to double check here on my phone because that has been taking a while. Maybe there's a little error in the system trying to get this info for you guys and girls back at home. So far, it is Marius Ribera in first, as that does look like it is, but we are waiting for wave scores to drop. But the red flag is in the sky, meaning that heat is going to be over. We will be getting the winner to you very shortly, as I know there are still scores to be dropped in as we continue on with day number one here at the Dakhla World Cup, powered by Armstrong Force. Before we go back into action, let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat.
faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody. That is one hell of a day that we are having here for round number 1, GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. We are now currently on standby because conditions have backed off a little bit. As we have a long waiting period, we want to give the athletes the best condition possible. So stand with us, as now we are on standby.
go. Track 1, 2, 3, let's go.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody. As conditions are here, we're going to be continuing on with the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. It is already, conditions are looking good. I can see just over the camera there are some nice little right-hand waves coming in. But before we go to the action, let's go to the bird in the sky and see this beautiful location, Dakhla Westpoint Hotel. All right, so there is a red flag in the sky, and we are getting ready for the action to happen. Finn Spencer is going to be going up against Julien Boyer, so there is going to be a 25-minute heat with these two athletes, and conditions are very hard out there on the water. All right, so I can see that flag is just about to change color as we are now going to go into round 2 of the competition. If you are just joining us, everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are tuning in from. I tell you what, it is that time in the afternoon. It's time to open one of these, get some wings, and let's go out with the action. All right, so we have a 25-minute heat, as we were mentioning before. In the water, we have Finn Spencer coming out of Canada versus Julien Boyer, that man you have on your screen in the blue. 10 wave attempts. The top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. And here we can see the athletes getting a groove on as conditions are quite light. That's why that time has been increased. And we are out there. All right, well, while we're waiting for our athletes, welcome. This is heat number 1 of round number 2 of the men. Currently in the water, getting ready as we're waiting for that set. And while we're waiting, we're going to go to a short commercial break. And welcome back, everybody, as we are here for heat number 1 of round number 2 out there on the water. We have Finn Spencer on the duotone on the right-hand side with the yellow and the purple, and Julien Boyer come on from France here on the left-hand side. And now we are ready to go. 16 and a bit minutes to this heat. We have 25-minute heats with 4-minute transitions. Hi, we can see both our athletes really just circling out the back here. Trying to get some information in from our racing crew. We've upped the heat duration to 25 minutes to see if they're being able to get enough waves and swell to continue on in this round number 2. So far, it is Finn Spencer in the lead with a 7.13, and then we have Julien Boyer with a 4.23. So that is where it's standing at the moment, and let's see if we can see some more sets coming our way. Alright, as you can see, sets are very far and few between in. Day number 1, round number 2, heat number 1 on the water. Finn Spencer versus Julien Boyer. These are the two athletes that you see on your screen right now. There we can see Julien Boyer out there on the Gold Series by Roberto Ricci Designs. Also there with the Beluga. Not mistaken, he's probably out there on his 700 foil. Most of the athletes today are out there on 7 to 800s as the winds are light and there's kind of some flat sections in between the waves. You know, as we talked to Miso earlier there this morning, there's a top section of the wave where we see most of the athletes taking off. They can kind of get 1 or 2 hits. Then it flattens off and then reforms on the inner sandbank in the middle of the competition area, and then kind of peels off and makes it all the way down. If you can link those 3 sections together, the judges are really going to be giving you those top scores and giving you the love and the double shackers, as I like to say. But it is definitely one hell of a feat to be able to get that, because as you can see, sets taken probably 7 to 10 minutes in between. All right, and now it does look like there is a little bit of a wave coming our way. All right, so here we have Julien Boyer. Let's see what he's got for us. I can see it out of the booth here. This wave is opening up very nicely, just losing some speed there, having to get back up on his foil and use the wing to be able to continue on the wave. You can see quite gusty here on the inside, and just by the look of the water, it really is flattening out there. All right, Julien going back to the white water, going back to the foam ball to be able to get another couple of turns off the top. That's a good wave. This is a very nice wave for him. And there you can see that inside where the wind has shifted ever so slightly, a little bit more offshore, and is not being able to get the love they want. And here, Finn, what a shame, going for the air on that last one. All right, well, we're going to have a little look at that last wave there from the duotone athlete, Finn, as we saw the first one there from Julien. And now let's have a little look-see. So here we can see Finn all the way a little bit further up the top, right next to the peak, making sure he keeps that power zone. Nice open arc. Here's that first turn, laying down the line, making sure he's keeping in front of that foam ball, gets past this first section. And this is where you can really see how that wave flattens out. This is where the athletes, they stay close to the white water as it then starts to hit that second sandbank. And here, unfortunately, just landing on the back of the wave. But nice flow there for Finn. All right, and waiting for some scores to come their way. Both of these guys have yet another one. And we will be finding out who is going to be in first position. So let's have a little look-see if those scores have been updated. All right, so far it is wave number 2. So we got an 8.86. Yes, we do. 8.86 for Julien in second, and first place Finn with an 11.96 total. So already 2 waves each for these athletes, and now we're going to be waiting to see, as they are a little bit further out the back and doesn't look like there's much of a wave coming. It's going to have to be waiting for the next set. And let's have a little look at how the competition is going so far. So in that round number 1, we've already seen making it to round number 3. Noe Kuyala getting first place. Also Wesley Brito, Casper Sawyer, James Jenkins, Finn Spencer, Malo Genolez. Finn is in the water right now. Then also we have Clement Rosseo, Axel Gerard, and Marius Aubert. Those are the athletes that have won their heats there. So that means they are going to be going through into round number 3. So both of the American athletes, Casper Zoya and James Jenkins, already through to that round number 3. We can see also world champion Malo Genolé. Clement Rossero had a very, very good heat, as he got some of the highest scores we've seen today. And Clement really throwing down a 12.80. And then when it came to Malo has the highest scoring heat of the day with a 16.37, and then Finn got a 15.63. And here we can see both Julian and Finn on yet another set. This is looking good as we got action out there on the water. Nice turn side to side. There we can see, again, Finn going down on the aerial maneuver. Julian staying a little bit more busy. He's got around the 4-point averages on both of his waves. Definitely Finn has the upper hand so far. But Finn really concentrating on some of those aerial maneuvers and just coming a little bit short on the landing. So knife wave there from Julian. And waiting to see what the scores were for those third waves for both of those athletes. And there you can see some of the new equipment out from Duotone. As you can see there, the new D-Lab. The new unit D-Lab. It looks like he's probably on a 4.5 meter. That is the one that has the Alula inside the construction, making it lighter, faster, more stable. A lot of the different companies putting in the Alula. And definitely one of the fastest responses when high-performance wings that Duotone wingfoiling has. Also, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like he is going to be out there on the SkyStyle SLS. And not quite sure. We'll try and find out how many liters he's on. I know most of the athletes are out there on the 40 liters. So probably on the 4.7 or the 4.5. So yeah, there's all of the new gear there from Duotone Foiling. And then on the RRD side, we have the Gold Series wings and the Beluga boards with Julien Boyer. So if you guys want to know, guys and girls, if you want to know more information about the different equipment setups we have here, riders, anything, if you guys are curious what, equipment you'd like to buy, if you want to know how to trim or to, make your kit do what you can see our athletes make it do over here in Dakhla, shoot it out in the comments. We will try and get that in throughout the streams. If you want to talk to a specific athlete, we're going to have athletes coming in and out of the booth the whole competition long. Use this opportunity. Those questions, these guys and girls can definitely answer them, and that is what our athletes are here for. All right, so as it stands, very close in between these athletes. Finn Spencer, once again, the man to be beaten out there on the water. He has a 12.46, so you can see him just getting a little grab-a-rooney going on. Then we got Julien Boyer, second position with a 10.70. So Finn really starting to hack it down. And here we can have him on the inside once again. Out there on the Sky Surf SLS, the new board there from Duotone Foil. And we can see the new Unit D-Lab. Bright is the word. The new color schemes here. And it looks like that equipment working very well. That is the wing that has the Alula in it. So lighter, faster, stronger, more stable. Does everything better. And then also the Alula wing from RRD there with the Gold Series. And very nice turns here from the Canadian. And he is coming close to the shore. He knows what's on the line. If he's going to be advancing through to round number 3. Maybe trying to eye up. Yes, he is. A little bit of a hop, a little bit of a skip. Nice wave there from Spencer as we enter, just coming up on the final minute of this heat. All right, so Julien out the back trying to look and see if there's going to be enough time for him to get on away. Finn deciding to call it a day as he is already in the lead and he's not going to be able to get back out in time as we are just closing in on the final seconds. That is going to be it for that heat number 1 of round number 2. And your heat winner, Finn Spencer. Let's have a little look at the highlights of that heat. All right, welcome back, everybody. And there you can see Julien Boyer, who we just had out on the water, as he has just come off his heats. And unfortunately, it was Finn there. So you can see Julien Boyer, a very talented young man who has been pushing it heat after heat, day after day. And there we can see who is going to be coming up next. Chucho Nunot, Hendrik Lopez. All right, so those are going to be the two athletes to go as we are already in sequence. As you can see, it is getting as flat as a pancake out there. We can be playing some skipping stones at the moment. Waves sets are very far and few between. That is why we are doing 25-minute heats with 4-minute transitions. The idea is to get through at least 4 heats of this round number 2, and hopefully we'll be able to do so. We are just coming up on 5:45 in the afternoon local time. Day number 1 GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. I'm Josie Asher, and I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Once again, questions, comments, ideas, anything you guys want to, and girls, throw at us. Hit it on those comments of the streams and we will get back to you. Tech, whatever you guys need. We will have opportunity to talk to riders. We have a long waiting period of 10 days here for this event. So all the ideas are very happily received. There you can see a little bit of the setup here. All the flags. We can see the Red Bull chill out zone down there. Just that is our live stream studio also. But now, why we are here to watch the action. Hendrik Lopez starting to go on his first wave. Hendrik's such a talented young man. He is an absolute killer when it comes to the kite surfing and also on the wingfoiling now. Newly joining the Cabrina family. And he is just waiting to make his way down the line. All right, here we can see Chucho Nunot also So Chucho Nunot also making his way down. He had some of the best waves out there in that previous heat. Really, so really putting in some top turns. Let's have a little look and see what scores he had in his previous heat. He has a 12.31. So I got a couple of good 6s. He actually had a 7 and a 5. So higher scores we've seen here today, around the 8.6. From Malo Genole, who is just coming off of 2 wins. He had a win in Brazil, and he also had a win in Vida Sanda over there in Denmark a couple weeks ago. Very talented young man. He is a world champion himself. And then as soon as we have the ladies coming out onto the water, let's not forget the world title race is there for the women and for the men. On the women's side, Nia Swardieth is currently in first position. In second position, we have Muna White. Both Nia and Muna have won an event. Muna won Cape Verde, Nia won Brazil. And they are both banning it out because basically whoever wins this event is going to be crowned world champion. If everything gets mixed up and a can of worms is opened, Boma van der Linden there, who is in third overall, also has an opportunity to get that world championship title. So nothing but drama at the end of the year to make it all ever so much more exciting. All right, here we can see some of the equipment that our athletes are getting ready. There we can see the 3 wings there from the Era Starboard team. Those are the wings from Xavi Cor. Xavi Cor, one of the top athletes coming all the way from Spain. Very talented young freestyler. He has won events himself. He came joint first over there in Lucat together with Alan Fedit and looking to mix it up here in the waves. And you can see all of the athletes just, all the toys, garages just get bigger and bigger as they know they have to bring everything to make this happen. And Hendrik Lopez just starting off with a little bit of a aerial to go into that wave, and unfortunately losing his feet and going under as we are now in heat number 2, round number 2 of the men. And I tell you one thing, the sun is shining down here in Dakhla, Morocco. We're having a beautiful day. Wind is probably around 20 knots. You can see most of the athletes are in between 4 to 5 meter wings. Talking to a lot of them, around 40 liter boards, mass of about 75 to 85 centimeters. And they're on 700 to 800 front wings to make sure that they have a little bit of a lift and a little bit of extra pump when those waves do flatten out. We are just going to go to the bird in the sky, the aerial view, so you can see the beautiful location that we have here. Welcome to the Westpoint Hotel. That is that beautiful accommodation that we have right on the corner, right on the point. So you can see those waves riding through. We are out there in the rooms. That room on the left-hand side all the way to the end is my one. I have prime seat views. Pretty much I can have a shower and see how big the surf is. And as I said, conditions are looking very nice. Waves, the sets are very far and few between as we have gone past the high tide and now it is on the drop. Yesterday, around 6:30 in the afternoon, the waves started to peak up again. That's why we had a little bit of a standby, and now the heats are at 25 minutes. But yeah, that is what I call a picture-perfect location for the Dakhla World Cup powered by Armstrong foils. All right, so there we can see, if I'm not mistaken, yep, that is going to be Chuchononod. The North athlete is out there on the mode, 4.2 if I'm not mistaken. And here we can see just our competition area, as there's a lot of time in between the sets here. Trying to give you guys and girls the ins and the outs. And a little tour of our competition zone down here at the bottom side of the beach here of Westpoint. So good to be back to Dakhla. It is such a beautiful location, and this nice little right-hand point break never fails us so far, as it does look like maybe there's a little motion out the back, as I can see Chucho letting off. Let's go to the action, as he is going to be dropping in. Okay, so Chucho no not. Okay, Chucha, this is looking like a nice wave, and I can see out of the corner of my booth it's opening up all the way. Open face hack, back to the white water, keeping the power. This is where the wave flattens out, and they have to make sure they stay close to the rocks. And then just about now, you can see where it starts to open up on the inside sandbags. Chucha, is he going to be able to get in there? Yes, he does. Oh! Just goes a little bit too excited and goes off sideways. Such a shame, but another good wave there for Chucho. So far he is in the lead, and with that backup score he is going to increase that lead very much so. Alright, there we can see the man there. That is Ali Bakali, one of the top Moroccan athletes, as he is just checking out and cruising and perusing before his heat. He's going to be coming out on the water very soon as we wait for more action. Long heats, long holds in between the sets. But we are pushing through the competition so far. Round number 2 here if you're just joining us. This is heat number 2. And currently on the water you have Chuchononot representing the Netherlands. And there on your screen the Cabrina athlete Hendrik Lopez. Alright, Hendricks dropping in. Starting off with an air, we've seen him do that on pretty much every single one of the waves. Really having to use the legs and pump if he wants to get some speed in here, because it is quite light out there when it comes to some power. Alright, now, this is when he's going to start to get his groove on. This wave is actually starting to open up nicely across the bay. So making the most of using every single section, a little bit of a foil out there, pushing against it. Judge is going to be liking using what he has. Oh, but gets lumped, chumped, and spat out. And going head over heels here on the front. All right, there we can see Amizo, Fernando Novaes, one of the most experienced athletes we have over here on the surfing side. Such a cool guy to hang out with as well. Always got a smile. And this guy is an ambassador of our sport, really bringing those vibes to us as much as possible. So there we can see Chucho not out the back. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like... Yeah, Chucho is definitely out there on the North mode. The North mode is one of the newer wings from North Wingfoiling. And there we can see Miso again in his F1 Strike V3. And trying to see the size here, I reckon it looks probably like a 4.5 to a 5. He does like to go a little bit under power to be able to move it around. And yep, 4 meters. So once again, 4 meters seems to be the weapon of choice for our athletes out there. So I'm definitely trying to get a little closer look at the wing there from Hendricks, but I'm pretty sure he's on the Mantis V3. Either a 4 or 4.5. I'm going to put my money on that's the Mantis. A little hard to see in the wing. And then once again, we can see Chucho out there on the North mode. All of the athletes on about 700 to 800 front wings. Get a little extra oomph and push, but still to be able to move it around. All right. Here we have Hendrik Lopez. All the way down the line, little bit of an air. And just getting past that. So yeah, that is definitely the Mantis V3 there from Hendrik Lopez. As he engages and makes the most out of the water that he had there. And just using it all the way down to the end. It looks like he is out there on the link as well. Probably, I'm going to say the 44-litre board there, the 4.5 Cabrina Link, which is their wave-orientated board. And there is Fernando Novaes Miso just getting ready at the bottom as he is going to be coming up on the water next. Alright, well there we can see that is Chucho trying to go around. And yep, he is definitely out there on the new Mode Pro. That is the North Wingfoil that has their Matrix NHTR S canopy and the new N-Weave tensile. So that's a different construction, gives them a little bit extra oomph. And most of the top competitors of the North wingfoiling team are on the new Mode Pro. So if you guys want to check it out and get some testing, make sure to go through to your local retailers, and I'm sure they will have demo gears. Definitely working well in these lighter conditions. And then, as I said before, it looked like we have Hendrik Lopez out there with the Cabrina on the Mantis V3, the blue color. So trying to give you guys as much info on the equipment out there on the water. So we have long heats with long lulls in between the sets. And we're also going to be getting a couple of riders coming to join me very shortly as we continue on here. Round number 2, heat number 2 of the men. Day number 1, Dakhla Wingfoil World Cup here, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, everybody. Well, while we are waiting, it does look like we can see some. Okay, here comes the set. We're going to wait a minute, as it does look like we might have some waves coming our way. On the front, that is Hendrik Lopez. On the back, Chucho Nonot. And let's see if these boys are actually going to get a wave. And if not, we are going to continue on. So heat number 2, round number 2 of the competition. And it does look like, no, they are turning around. So while we're waiting for the action to be coming onto our screens, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short commercial break, and you can enjoy why Morocco is so beautiful. All right, Chucho going on a nice little inside wave here. He has waited. Patience is a virtue, and it has come his way. Chucho really impressing me at this competition so far. Nice little air right in the pocket. He's keeping to that power zone. That is looking nice again. That full loose at the top. Now we're talking a good ride here from the Dutch athlete Chucho Nonot. Red front and center on your screen, and he's going to be going all the way to the bottom of the competition area with this, as he knows waves are far and few between. If you get on a good one, you are going to want to ride that one home. So far, he is in the lead with an 8.67, just under 7 minutes to go. Hendrik Lopez also very close, so both of these guys knows that every single wave counts. All right, I tell you what, let's have a little look at the replay of that last wave. Here we can see Chucho Nonot starting to engage, getting some speed, starting off with the little typical mid-face air. And now this is where the surfing begins. Let's not forget 100% wave events. The athletes have to perform. What are the judges looking for? They're looking for execution, flow, linking the power sections together, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and just 100% surfing. Nice little foil out there from him. Chucho Nonot, the North athlete. And here we can see Hendrik Lopez also. Goofy foot rider. Oof, almost losing his foil there, as he's going to be starting now. This is where the wave starts to peak up. Here we go. They stay very close to the rocks here. And Hendrik just able to keep that one together, getting a little bit of a fumble. It's very gusty there on the inside, and it flips the wing occasionally. And this one not really jacking up as much as he was hoping. Chucho Not getting a very nice score of a 6.47 for that last wave. And Hendrik just trying to fight against this one. You can see that inside section very hard to control. Gets a 360 and just misses out. All right, let's see the replay of that last wave here. Hendrik Lopez, the Cabrina athlete, out there on the water. And Chucho just going to be dropping out of that one to just get a couple of turns. He is comfortably in the lead. We're waiting for that last score from Hendrik to be dropped. Just under 4 minutes to go with this heat. 25-minute heats out on the water, round number 2, heat number 2. And here we have Chucho. A bit further up, next to the point. A little bit of a foil out there. But this is where the wave, it just really does back off. Nice roundhouse there from the Dutch athlete. Keeping himself close to the foam ball so he can use the power of the wave as much as possible. And great riding here from the Nut. A nice finisher off the top. Great wave there from him, as I reckon he's going to be improving on his backup score. All right, here we have Hendrik, as he is just coming right in front of the sun as it is getting in front of us here. So he's just outside our competition booth. Hendrik Lopez pumping the really, though, you can see how flat those waves are. Nice 360 there from him. Getting the landing as well. This could be one that really makes the difference as he is getting completely blared out as he just goes in front of the fire that we have out here. And a nice little aerial maneuver there from Hendrik. All right, so Chucho, just under 90 seconds to go. He is in position to be able to take off on another wave. All right, Chucho is circling and trying to get a final wave. He is in first position, so he will be continuing on. 12.25 versus an 8.93 from Hendricks. And we are coming into the closing moments with less than 30 seconds to go. And it looks like he might be able to get a nice little roller to close it out. Little victory run here for the Dutch athlete. And it's turning out to be a nice wave. He's going to be racking this one all the way to the end. So Chucho Nunot, he's going to be going for the 360, but goes down there at the ends. And that is going to be red flag in the sky. So not many waves, not many sets in that heat. And there we can see both Hendrik Lopez just coming in. The Cabrina athlete, unfortunately, in second place in this heat. Let's have a look at the highlights of heat number 2, round number 2. And welcome back, everybody. And just having a laugh to start it off. Joining me, Malo Ganole. Bienvenue, Malo.
Merci. Happy to be there.
So Malo, obviously, first, congratulations. You have another world title underneath you, and also you have won both events together. We've won in Brazil, and then you also won the last event in Denmark. So clean sweep at the moment.
Yeah, pretty stoked to be on 2 event win row. So yeah, now I'm trying to get a third one there. So yeah, pretty stoked.
So Malo, tell me a little bit about this location. Dakhla, I mean, you've been here before, you know how it is, and also coming from Brazil, I'm not going to say the same conditions, but the waves are a little smaller, a little flatter, they're a bit mushy. How does it feel? Because you have the highest scoring heat of the competition so far, so pretty good.
Yeah, we've been there I think 2 years ago, and I enjoyed a lot this place because I mean it's the perfect wave, like a long peeling ride. It's just like the paradise for wingfoiling, I think. And even coming from surfing, when I see that, I'm turning a bit crazy. So yeah, the waves today are a bit quite small, but still super enjoyable. And yeah, this morning was pretty fun. I had some pretty good waves. We were pretty good hit total, so yeah, it's fun.
So obviously, Malo, you are one of the Gong superstars. So you're one of the guys from the Gong team. We have a lot of you here. You know, you have Julien, you have Clement, and also you have Bastien. Bastien, you guys are always fighting it out in the heat. Tell me a little bit about what you have out there on the water. What are you guys using? I've seen Bastien's been using a different wing than you, for example, in your heat. Come on, give me a little info. Give me a little insight.
Yeah, I mean, we are currently riding the UP wings, for most of the conditions, but we are also working on new wings with new materials, new shapes and stuff that I cannot show in proper details now. But yeah, we are working on new stuff, and it's coming soon.
All right, so now we're going to go to the action, Malo, because obviously out there on the screen we have a couple of Brazilian standoffs.
Yeah,
we have Vinicius Martin and Fernando Narvaez.
Yeah, Vinicius is riding pretty good in Brazil. He had some pretty good scores. He had pretty good waves too. And Mizo there also with his big flow. So yeah, those two riders are pretty good too.
Yeah, one of the things I like about Mizo, I mean, he has a lot of experience. He has a lot of surfing background. Is very open face turns, very open and flowy. And then you see with Vinny, he kind of is somewhere in between. He likes to do some of the short hacks, but also very similar, all the way opening down and kind of carving it away.
Yeah, I've been looking up to Mizo a long time ago when we were starting surfing, and he was boosting some pretty sick strapless airs and some pretty sick carvings. So yeah, he still has his crazy flow, and yeah, his riding style is pretty sick. And Vinny too has he does some more IR stuff.
Yes.
So that's a bit different, and yeah, both riders are pretty good.
Yeah, and also, I mean, let's not forget, there's a lot of underdogs here. There's some new athletes that are coming in. You know, we have James Jenkins coming out of Hatteras, and then also we have Cash Bezzola, both of the boys from Armstrong. They have been doing very well in the waves. We saw Cash in Brazil. He was fighting, and then I must say, very impressed with what I've seen with James out there. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts. Of course, we know you want to take them out, but come on, give me a little bit
of course, I'm going to do everything that I can to take them out, but I mean, they're riding pretty good, and every time, for example in Brazil in the final, I was okay, super focused, and I know that every time I'm against for example Cash, it's not going to be easy, but yeah, I watch out for those guys. But yeah, they're super nice and stuff, so
yeah, I mean, it's very cool, the vibe that there is here on the GWA. Everybody's a family, of course. Once you're on the water, it is about business. Like we can see out there, both of these guys battling it out now. But talking a little bit about equipment, I was talking to Bastien earlier this morning, and he said that in a location like this, it's good to have a little bit more liters on your board and a little bit bigger fall. We've seen, for example, when you guys have gone over there to Cape Verde, where Punta Preta, that is firing like no tomorrow, you guys are on about 500 front wings. Yep. Here on 700 to 800. Why is that? What's the, tell me your side of why you use that gear.
for the board, I always use 65 liters and 4.6 because I mean it's the perfect leader age for me. I'm weighing 75 kilos, so I use this one for wave riding and freestyle. I mean it's like it doesn't sink too much, it doesn't float too much, so for me it's perfect. And then for the foil, I mainly use the Hypra, which is the foil, which is the gong foil, like high performance foil on the 700 square centimeters.
Yep.
Yeah, I use quite a bit bigger foil there because, like, the wave looks perfect, but actually it's pretty slow and it doesn't have a lot of power.
You can see it's quite flat, especially
flat.
In between that third and second section. You can really see you guys and girls are really going to have to go back.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's good to have a bit bigger foil, and also I don't usually ride like super small foils because like first when at home we never have wave like that. So it's always about 1,000 foils, and then I prefer to have a little bit bigger foil like this. I can push like really hard in the foil and make the tips go out and stuff like in surfing.
Of course.
So yeah, I prefer like a bit bigger.
I mean, you know, this is a 100% wave event, so now you know it is all about the pure surfer. But let's go back out onto the water as we can have a look. It looks like we are at about 19 minutes, a little bit under 19 minutes. We have Fernando Narvaez is in second position as he has a 1.00, and then Vinicius, it looks like he has a 4.23. So pretty easy up as we continue on here. Heat number 3 of round number 2. All right, so while we're waiting, we can see both of these athletes as they're getting ready to go out the back of the competition area. And let's see if they can get another set wave. But while we do, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Alright, so there we just saw a little bit of a wave there from Fernando Narvaez, mostly known as Miso. But let's have a look at the replay of that last wave. So Malo, run me through this. Looking like a nice wave there for Miso.
Yeah, nice little inside wave. I mean, there are not many sets coming, so yeah, that's I think a good choice to get some waves in the bag. So I mean, even taking small waves like that, it gets you in the rhythm of the spot. So yeah, I think that was a good option.
Yeah, you can see just making the most of what you have. It's I think one of the very important things is to be able to, you know, choose the right waves, choose the right sets to be out. And it looks like out the back, here we have. Okay, so Miso,
that's a proper
once
set.
again, that's a good set coming our way. Let's see also Vinicius. So Miso here on the wave. What's he got for us?
Yeah, some nice carving there. And even Miso, like he rides pretty good for a backside rider there. I know that it's pretty hard to ride backside on this kind of waves, so yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, very experienced. One of the things interesting to see with Miso is he always changes the wind behind his back on every turn. Here we have Vinny. All right, nice little air pop there from Vinicius Martin, the Brazilian. Let's see, is he going to finish it off? No, not the typical Brazilian claim.
No.
Yeah, Vinny, a very, such a great ambassador of sport. A nice guy on and off the water, always good vibes. Great to see. Waiting for some scores to be dropped. As it stands, it looks like Miso is in the lead, probably going to increase those scores. Let's not forget they have 10 wave attempts. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. Just under 15 minutes to go. This is a 25-minute heat. This is heat number 2, and here we can see the replay of those last 2 waves. All right, there you can see a nice couple of waves for both of these athletes. It is not easy out there, as right now you can see quite a few lulls, Malo. There is definitely a lot of time in between the sets out there today.
Yeah, even in my heat this morning, we had like 2 proper sets. So yeah, it's you need to be there when the set is coming. I mean, if you are stuck at the inside and you see the perfect waves coming, you are like, no, fuck.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things the judges were saying, wave selection, especially when conditions are like this, just like you said, if you get the big one and you perform on the big one, you're going to get those extra scores.
Yeah, for sure. Even if you perform really, really good on a smaller wave, I mean, it will be always more rewarded to take like the perfect boom of the set. So yeah, wave selection there is pretty hard too. Because when you're out at the back, like you cannot, if it's not a proper set, you cannot really see which waves are going to ping down the spot. So yeah, it's pretty hard.
So Malo, you are 5th overall at the moment.
Yeah.
On the overall ranking, I can see you looking at the Excel sheet here on my computer, and you are burning through that 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place.
Yeah.
You are obviously one of the contenders. You have 1,000 points because you won the last event, so everything is possible. One of the things we've been saying out on the stream, that probably from round number 3 is when we're going to see the different scenarios of who can get an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Hugo Marin leading the tour, very talented wave rider, but one of the things I love, drama until the end, anything can happen.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that I can win a title now, but I mean, the top 3 is really, really close, and I mean, like all those 3 riders can win for sure, and yeah, so I'm there to try to to eliminate every guy, but yeah, maybe I will aim for a podium, like I don't know, maybe 3rd or 2nd place. I don't know what is possible if I win.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the moment for the top 10, anything is possible, so you do have a chance. A lot of things would have to happen. Basically, those top 3 riders would have to drop out pretty much in round number 2 of the competition. But as Bruno would say from AFA, is just take. Full take.
I'm just going to go full take.
All right, well, still waiting for another set to be coming our way. There you can see out there on the Nil Pride, that is Vinicius Martins. Out there on the F1 is Miso Fernando Narvaez. At the moment, we can see Miso in the lead. No, excuse me, Vinicius in the lead by ever so slightly. As you said, that last wave from Vinny giving him a little bit of an advantage. I've heard there's a little bit of seaweed out on the water. Is this why the athletes are jumping up and down occasionally?
It's not a little bit, it's a lot of seaweed. But yeah, like in the inside, like when you get close to the shore, it's like full of seaweed. So that's why we are doing some little jumps. And yeah, when you catch like a lot of seaweeds and then you slow down, that's pretty annoying. But I mean, it's still like manageable to ride like easy.
Yeah, and here we can see Vinny getting on another wave. This is going to be his 3rd or 4th wave of the heat going back. You can see every single time the athlete's going back to that foam ball, that gives you that extra power, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like on a wave like that, you always need to go back to the foam and do some big roundhouses. So yeah, that's pretty nice to do. Here, little snap. It's the end.
Yeah, there you can see that's where it flattens off out in the front. When this point is bigger, when the waves are bigger, it actually breaks all the way out in front of the point in front of the accommodation here of the Westpoint Hotel. But today, we've been saying, I had Aidan Nicholas here before from Armstrong, the meat and the potato. So where the sandwich is that second sandbank. That's where you guys are really hitting the money shots.
Yeah. Sometimes when the waves are coming from the south, I think, like it does not even break out there, but then like it goes fully on the second bank and it peels down like super hollow and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty. You need to watch out for this kind of waves too.
Yeah, no, I mean, keeping having that eye in the back of your head is always good. And here we can see Miso once again dropping in under 10 minutes to go of this heat. And this is looking like a nice one, man. This is opening up.
Yeah, this one is pretty nice. Watch out for the seaweeds there. But yeah, some lips to eat. That's nice, huh? The seaweeds.
Miso just getting caught up. Such a shame there on the inside. That was a shame. That was a good one.
Vinicius has a pretty high hit total now. Huh?
Yeah, he got a 6.93, 6.40. Looking good. But hey, biggest wave of the day, highest score of the day, if I'm not mistaken, was yourself with an 8.6, if my memory serves me well.
Yeah, I think so.
So obviously, one of the things talking to the judges about you is that you really link together nicely. You are really up on the foil the whole time. You're not ducking out and touching the boards there, and the judges really liking that. You have the flow. Now talk to me about the aerial moves. We're starting to see more aerial moves in wingfoiling, but quantity doesn't mean quality.
Yeah, for sure.
We see some of the guys kind of like popping on the flat section just to go in the wave.
That's not properly surfing, I mean.
Exactly. So you would say that if you can link it up in a turn, that's what you're aiming for yourself?
Yeah. It depends of the spots. I mean, on this kind of waves, like long right under points, I prefer to do like big long carves, linking the turns together, and maybe a air when the sections comes good for me. Like for example, on a closing out beach break in Brazil, of course it's better to go for the big airs in the closeout. But yeah, like for myself, I prefer to like on this spot, like go for the big long carves and eating the lip, trying to not pump and to connect the sections. So yeah, carving on this kind of spot, I think it's better.
Carving versus flying. There you have the top tips here from Malo Genole. He knows what he's talking about. Highest combination heat score of the day, highest wave score of the day.
I still enjoy a lot to do airs, of course.
This is why you win the surf freestyle events, Malo. Definitely, you can see you like to go upside down. I've seen this. Yeah. So Malo, now talking a little bit about surf freestyle as well. Also a spin to win. We're seeing 14s being landed now, but I must admit, it is very impressive to see quadruple spins, but sometimes a big 7 or a big 3 with style, with power, with execution, judges are, also saying to you guys and girls, quality versus quantity.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in the freestyle now, the level is going like crazy. Every sesh, like we found new tricks and stuff. So yeah, but I still prefer to land super clean foil to foil, and yeah, to get the moves as clean as I can, and then yeah, of course, big rotations like 1440s for sure. Like for example, Chris is pretty good for that.
The tornado.
Yeah, but yeah, landing clean for me in the surf freestyle is the most important, and also surfing in the surf freestyle. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in Denmark, as it was those two waves were together with the freestyle, so that mixed format. Obviously, when that format landed, I could see you and Bastian smiling. There was a different smile, and also because this is part of the wingfoil, is to be able to, get the pure waves. This is a pure wave event, but to be able to get the surfing, so you guys can show and girls show exactly what you can do in a wave, but then on the way out, use the wave as what we would call a ramp or a kicker.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we were pretty stoked to finally do some surf freestyle, like the name of the discipline. So, yeah, I mean, even like for the riders, like for example, for me, the one thing that I do, I come from surfing, so I want to ride the waves like as much as I can, and then when you go back out, you have a perfect ramp to send a big trick. So, yeah, like this is the perfect format, 50-50, like one wave, one trick, two wave, two tricks. So yeah, we were pretty stoked to finally get some surf freestyle done, and we are hoping for more maybe in Brazil.
Yeah, hopefully it will look like there. I mean, Brazil, we know this, that it has that form. I must admit, I really like it because it shows the completeness. You guys, you use it at a kicker, you go crazy on the way out, crazy on the way in, a little carve and a little caipirinha, because it's going to be Brazil, and then we continue on.
But yeah, I mean, like the magic of the wing is that you can ride like as many waves as you can, and then you can perform big tricks. So yeah, I prefer to combine the two disciplines.
All right, so now out there on the water, it looks like we're going to have Miso is going to be getting on another wave. That one, looking out the corner here, Malo, it looks like it's opening up nicely.
Maybe,
He has a 5.03, but he needs to get a big score if he wants to be taking out Vinicius here, because Vinny has been pushing hard. Miso dropping in.
Still looks like a nice wave. I don't know if it will go fully down the point, but maybe we'll see. For the moment, the wave is pretty nice, opening, good size. He's carving, going straight to the foam. Oh, this one was nice.
Oh, that was a nice turn there for me. So once again, I like how he uses. He just swaps the wing in the middle.
Yeah,
so
when you're backside, it's pretty efficient to do that for sure.
Oh, you can see, and he just kind of just rotating around. Vinny in the back
and
there.
Watch out for the wave behind. Huh? Oh no, Vinny. The wing.
Miso, very nice wave. Good selection here.
Yeah.
Will we maybe see an air to combine it off? No, he wants.
Not.
And Vinny went down. This could be
this could be a
buzzer
game changer.
beater.
Yeah.
This could be a game changer out there as we continue on. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final heat of the day.
Oh, really?
This is going to be the last heat of the day. So Malo, you're going to be able to rest after this. That is it. That is all.
Perfect.
So we are going to be starting off tomorrow, hopefully with heat number 4 of the men. We'll get more information to you. But as it is, this is going to be the final heat of the day here. GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, well, Malo, less than 2 minutes to go. We're waiting. Fernando, so Miso, 5.60, still not enough, though. He's improved his scores, but still not enough.
Yeah, but, I mean, there's still 1 minute and a half, so I think that it's possible. Like, if he has some chance and the set comes, or maybe this wave, we'll see. If it's a bit of a south one, it will go down the point. Yeah, nice little carving there. Trying to connect the seaweeds.
Yeah. Of course. A small wave though there. He got the air, but that has flattened out. I don't want to say it, but I reckon he is not going to be able to get out into position. It's going to be hard.
But I mean, we never know.
You never know.
It still can happen.
It ain't over until the buzzer. We know this. It ain't over until the buzzer. All right, so it looks like Miso knows it, then he's going to be coming in. So it does look like that is definitely not going to be around the 7. So that is going to be it there as we are finishing off heat number 3 of round number 2 of the competition. And what a full day of action we have had today. Only the men have been out there on the water. And there you can see the winner, Vinicius Martins, Vinny, hailing out of Brazil. The Neil Pride athletes putting on a very good show. Very consistent, Vinny. 6s all the way.
Yeah, every event he managed to get some pretty decent scores. So yeah, watch out for this guy too.
Yeah, no, he is always silent but deadly.
Exactly.
Silent but deadly. Yeah, there we can see Vinny's going to be coming out, and he's going to have a smile on his face as he knows he is going to he's taken out one of the top surfers of the competition. There we have him.
Yeah, congrats, Vinny.
Yeah, good riding, man. Double shackers coming here. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. There is going to be the red flag. And before we go, we're going to have a little recap of day number 1 for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, everybody. So that is it for day number 1, GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. I'm Josie Ashtler. Malo, thank you very much for joining us here for the final heat of the day.
Yeah, thanks for welcoming me there. It was fun.
And thank you, everybody, for tuning in on the stream. Like I said before, if you have questions, comments, want to ask athletes about their gear, throw it down there in the comments. We're going to be here for a whole week as we have 8 days of competition. What a first day. Great action out there on the water. Already we have seen the first upsets. So everybody, good afternoon and goodbye from here in Dakhla, and we will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
JS, faire gagner le sport.